Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this program. I've been a very big fan of yours for very many years, and I have studied you extensively. Once again, accept my most humblest respect to you and to the entire crew that put this thing together today. I want our people to understand one very thing. At the end of this very race, Biafra is going to emerge. It doesn't matter what anybody does. And to our African friends and brethren, I want them to also understand this. We talk about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism cannot take off without Biafra, because we do need a genuinely free country in Africa to be able to drive that very critical and important initiative. We are seeking to build a country that God Almighty in heaven will be very proud of. And though the Janjaweed, the Fulani Caliphate, have sent their armies of conquest into our land, that this very day, we don't even know if those who are killing us are doing so on behalf of the Nigerian state or they're doing it on behalf of the Islamic Caliphate. Because as we well know, ISIS is now in Niger State. Very soon they'll be in Kogi, and then from Kogi they'll come into Anambra, and the real war will begin. Remember, very many years ago, I told you one very critical point for you to bear in mind at all times. So basically to guide you in all your deliberations and your thinking about Biafra. They are going to kill us. That is true. But that is not going to stop Biafra from coming. We are going to do all we can to defend our land and to defend our people. The whole world may appear to be against us, but we have done nothing wrong. That is the most frightening thing about this whole thing. If you ask the world, what did Biafra do wrong to you? Nobody can tell. Nobody can actually explain to you properly. Because they want a world where very illiterate nomadic set of people will be in charge of governance, where you have refineries and they're no longer working, where you produce oil and gas but still import kerosene and fuel for your cars, where they want to impoverish the people. For those who may not be acquainted, or should I say familiar with the book that one of our very good friends wrote in years gone by, Walter Rodney. He was at Dar es Salaam University where he was assassinated by the CIA very many years ago. Walter Rodney wrote a very compelling book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. What we are witnessing today is precisely what he was trying to explain to us. If you allow yourselves to be taken over by greed, by self-preservation and the trappings that you find in North America and in Europe and in Far East Asia, you will never ever develop your land. We are fighting for Biafra that we may restore our lost dignity. We are fighting for Biafra that black people all over the world may be set free at last. We are fighting for Biafra not that we may have or commence the building of a large empire, not at all. We are asking for a Biafra where we can live and die with a semblance of dignity. Because right now people are dying, but there isn't any dignity. We must stand very tall and very strong, resist our enemies. That thing that we are thinking now that is impossible to accomplish very soon, you will say it. We must remain resilient. We must remain devoted. We must remain unflappable. We are not going to retreat, not one iota. If at the end of this race there is only one Biafran man and one Biafran woman left, may they continue to expand. They killed us, 5 million of us, after the war. After the war in 1970, we had lost 5 million people. But there we are still the largest ethnic bloc anywhere in the entire Nigeria. Because God is faithful. And at this very critical time, this very Elohim that we worship is not going to abandon us. I'm not saying we're going to fold our hands in prayer and fasting alone. No, we are going to do what we have to do to ensure the survival of our race. An attempt has been made in the past to exterminate us. The British supported the killing and the mass slaughter of Biafrans because of crude oil and gas. That Ojukwu told Harold Wilson, we cannot give to you. This resource belongs to the people, and that was the end of it. And he said, because of that, we're going to kill you. And sadly, Britain is still doing something till this very day. A supposedly civilized and advanced country, aiding and abating the slaughter of an indigenous population because of oil and gas. Therefore, I'm asking all of you to remain very resolute, to remain very strong. Do not allow yourself to become distracted. We have almost won. As Dr. Basanga said here a short while ago, we have awoken the consciousness of not just ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, but the entire African continent as a whole. We have won the debate. Now is the time for us to restore Biafra. And once that is done, believe you me, everybody will come to Biafra land to pay homage. Or should I say pilgrimage in this case. So we are winning. Many are dying, I know that to be true. A few days ago, we lost the mother of our very, very formidable barrister, Okorafo. But that's not going to stop us. Because I know that they will kill us, we will kill them in the end. Biafra will come. And Biafra is very, very close. I want our people to develop the mindset of the Afghanis. Never say die. There were a group of people called the Mau Mau in Kenya. There were a group of people called the Kumeko in our land. These are the two people that forced the British to a standstill. Go and ask anywhere. And the remnants, of course, of Benin Kingdom, we must acknowledge them because they also fought very gallantly as well. We did not fight because we didn't like the Bible that the white man brought to us or the whiskey that accompanied it. We fought because we are free people. The time has come for us to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth. The time has come for Biafra to be reestablished. The time has come for Black Africa to be free. The time has come for every black person, regardless of where you are in the world, to stand tall and to say, I am an African. Remain very strong, remain very resolute, and may Chukwukika be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I would like to show you the newspapers in Kenya, in Nairobi. You are very far, you must be missing some of these papers. The Standard, can we, production team, I'm on the ground now. The Standard newspaper in Kenya, the headline here is not on the Biafra where we still have. The only problem in Kenya, we don't have a crisis of dividing a nation. We have the Standard newspaper said, who failed Uhuru? The blame game. That's the headline. But one key thing that stands out in the newspapers, why we are struggling to put Africa in order, is His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta last night opened one of the biggest ports in Africa. You talked of Nigeria having oil, but it doesn't have even petrol at the petrol station. Jesus Christ. But President Uhuru Kenyatta, while yesterday opening the the port in Lamu, he said this port will connect the east to the west, east to the north, east to the south. That is the thing that we have here now in Africa, in East Africa. We want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta again for putting infrastructure for people to get in a car and take 10 days and arrive in Anambra. Is it Anambra? Yes.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's
yes.
what I want.
I have been sent so many messages from Dubai. People saying in Anambra, they are married there. Kenyans, Nigerians have married a lot of our people from East Africa. And I hope one day for us, my children, also one of them, my daughter, is married to an Igbo person from Onitsha.
Wonderful. We know how to take care of our wives.
We are united. Another newspaper says good things about Africa. The Lamport rose to life with the president is good. You can see it.
Yes, yes.
And that's it. And another good thing in Africa, I'm looking for Africa stories. For your information, I am a Liverpool supporter for 43 years.
Like myself.
Or I don't
Yes.
know. My God. Thank you very much. It looks like we are all Liverpool here, but the others don't get worried. We are now struggling to liberate Africa. Don't forget your local team in Biafra, and don't forget.
Absolutely. Rangers Football Club is my first love, and Liverpool is the third chick.
My first team in Uganda is Villa Football Club. Villa. Then my team in Kenya is AFC Leopards. Then my team in the world is Barcelona.
Wonderful.
I die with the people of Cantona. I like Cantona. And you can now guess why I like Biafra.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
For having me.
Thank you very much, Honorable His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and to tell you that my television station will be linked directly to every system of the Biafran people. Everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Let's today make a formidable move. I am not here for money. I never asked for a penny from any Nigerian in order to broadcast. I started broadcasting with passion. I have already told you one of my daughters is married to a man from Onitsha. And this man comes to my house, tells me the story. You know, in London, he tells me the story. I have been a supporter of the people. That Obasanjo there, you see walking free. It was me demonstrating at the Nigerian embassy for Abacha to release him with Chief Abiola. Yes. I wanted them released together with Osuji, who is the president of ICC. We used to come there every Friday for Obasanjo to have freedom. But when Obasanjo came out, he looks for money. Anywhere you find Obasanjo, you know he's looking for money. I'm sorry to tell Nigerians, may God bless me for being truthful and honest. There's no conflict. There's no conflict Obasanjo has ever solved in Africa. Even when we went for Zimbabwe Troika in Melbourne House, Obasanjo sided with Australia to expel Zimbabwe from the Commonwealth. That's the man you have. But thank you very much, God. Jesus Christ, hold us. Don't tire. Keep on the struggle. Keep fighting.
I will.
Keep democratically sending the message. You need a referendum. Peaceful ways. Don't give up. May God hold your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Viewers, this station, therefore, is for Africa, by Africa, with Africa. Long live Africa. Ciao.
What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody can possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. The Socio-educational case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi in 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it. So there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. There are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are under headings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How did they go about? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motive, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe about 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but we're killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe, who knows? That's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What in the crime scene or in a criminal court. I'm sure I'm talking out of my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives if you say he didn't? What are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program, or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onuoha, SWAN, so it's exhibit SWAN 24. And it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General J.T.U. Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is to subsequently purge the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on the 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was, with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition. This Mr. Onwa has exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domicile in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next was to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Rensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them. And as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Sojuku was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Sojuku said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzogwu in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, his prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogwu. The interesting thing is killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and also Major Nzogwu. Major Nzogwu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy the Port Harcourt University of Nigeria and Nsukka, which they have succeeded partly, because in the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. Then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which they lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S-A-W-A-N Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this problem. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there were several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had buses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria. They're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the buses from these people, went into the villages and got people to come out from the villages, to come into town to kill the Igbos or to kill the Yamris or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerian, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There's an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. So, and the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they have to knock on your door and they mention Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamli or who is from Eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it. And also in the northern, they had their own tribal markers. So you can see somebody, majority Igbo did not have this tribal marker, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, oh, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards, so they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor. But they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they used, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags, and that. We encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people, and they got clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have a knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of how they went about killing our people. And it's really is something worth bearing in mind. There's so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, instance, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belong to this Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. So they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress. Okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's Igbo person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed, and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part. And they left her naked inside the hotel. Okay? Another one is Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, and International Hotel. And the Ibio man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a Hausa man who conducted sexual intercourse on a young girl, an Igbo girl, and Kanu, and this girl vomited until she died. It was gang rape. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God is a very difficult way of explaining it, doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and watched you be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're others, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind the long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. And I want to make it even worse. But I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katsina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, so let me know how I'm doing with time. Just we need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm now going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances in riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Ejikeme. Enoch Ejikeme is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabo and Ebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right? He lived in Katsina, he said, for 15 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbances. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the event we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, it's ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari, outside the palace, outside the wall city. So those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace have to be vetted. They're all houses. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not touched. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Udi, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, the former northern minister. Okay? So then there's a normal. So Al-Haji, let me repeat his name again. The Emir of Katsina was Al-Haji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Al-Haji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Al-Haji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former Ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is AGK, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the northern group of provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our lives yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So it's give strict order. This will be rounded up. 2,000 or so people will be rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene, and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd, respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now, on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued, and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed, and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead, together with his team, comprising Al-Haji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Al-Haji Musa Tafida Yarudua, who was former Federal Minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magaji Gari, who is Lieutenant Colonel Katsina's twin brother, who is the emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. Okay? Burnt to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell the story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina provincial secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kaduna, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfooleries. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabo Anabunwa, who's the 235th witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Ms. Alamda. My name is Cecilia Mabo Anabuna. I joined my husband at Katsina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I am now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first-class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. On the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed civilians, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knives and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magaji Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. No one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onlebu. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Magagi Garrett, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by the burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 1966 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to victims. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. McNamara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McNamara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McNamara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely. In one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gari with your own eye in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority Police Officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so and that I was in order, it was an order from the Emir. And Emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbance spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like Fontua, Malumpasi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the Emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirate will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in rioting, looting, and killing, sweeping not just your stores of every single thing in the pain. They brush, they sweep it so you have nothing left, plus they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kanji, Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned name, his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The head of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital is like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riots and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godreau Pinswa. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other key and tea installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Sarduana's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs, and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the northerners were showing no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sarduana's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pomp they had observed during the Sarduana's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sarduana secretary, would say, rank a dead, and genuflect, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh, and so on and so forth. So some Hausa friends told me that the coup was a godsend, but that it was only fault was that nobody was killed in the east. Okay, so this is the impression the houses had when the Sarduana secretary was killed. There was widespread celebration in the whole Nigeria until they turned it into an evil coup and started killing all the Igbos. But then came Decree 34. Decree 34 was trying to unify Nigeria into one country, in the sense that the North and East and West have always been separate. They governed. They had their own government. They had their own embassies, even in London and Washington. Every region had their own embassies. So the army came and wanted to unify everything. So, for the unification of the public services, after its publication, Northern civil servants felt very insecure. They had issues with, there are more people in the South who are more trained, more educated than we are, and so on. So if you unified the civil servants, we're going to be edged out of our jobs. So they felt insecure and openly complained about it. So it was understood that permanent secretaries and other top government officials of northern origin, they masterminded these demonstrations. Then on the 29th of May, which is a Sunday, it's called Black Sunday, we heard rumors of violence in the town. We were already in the church at the Faith Tabernacle, Kaduna, for evening service, when we noticed that the whole environment of the church and the street outside was filled with houses. At the end of the service, we could not go out. So now, witness Julius Abisi. I was transferred from Lagos to Kaduna, and I arrived in Kaduna February 1st, 1958, when that day I had been living Kaduna until I returned by air on the 5th of October because of the unfortunate incident in the north. After January coup, and relations existed between Easterners and Northerners took a different shape till May, when everything deteriorated. So now he's saying, May 28, Northerners asked for permission for the police to demonstrate against the military regime. They wanted this demonstration to take effect on the 20th of May, but having been refused the permission, they staged the demonstration with violence on the 29th. They used this demonstration as an instrument to kill, loot, destroy the property of Easterners residing in the Kaduna. They continued this operation Extermination for full 3 days before the army intervened. Now then, on the 29th of May, the same thing happened. A group of Hausa top civil servants held a meeting at Ahmad Bello Stadium. This meeting started at 1 p.m. on Saturday and lasted till 4 p.m. It was from that meeting they spread to the town, attacking every Easterner they met. Looting, arson, and killing of the law-abiding Easterners featured predominantly. After the attack, they started going from house to house, hunting for Easterners to kill. As I understand, and speaking Hausa fluently, I had the opportunity to mix freely with every Northerner. What they were saying was nothing like peace will remain in the map of Nigeria. Now, from this time onwards, peace and tranquility eluded Kaduna. Easterners started running from one corner of the bush to the other, search for safety. The situation remained like this until the 29th of September. Now, on the 29th of September, I witnessed the heaviest killings The corpses were being transported from town to the hospital. The extent of the killings was so great that the ambulance could not cope with the evacuation of corpses, so that they had to employ PWD and P&T tippers to help in clearing the corpses. The most sorrowful sight I've ever seen was that young men were sitting on top of the corpses, dancing and singing merrily as they drove around the town. Earlier, on the 24th of September, my chief warden, Mr. Robinson Okoye, was killed in his room. And this was done not by the army, not by the police, but the HAUSA warden under him. These HAUSA members of our staff organized themselves to attack we fellow Eastern wardens. They said we must have all of you wiped out. They even said this in public. Personally, these were vandals chased me in broad daylight. I only managed to escape because I was riding while they were attacking. After riding up the mile and a half from them, I dodged and entered the bush. The molestation directed to us by House members of staff had to support the senior men, because each time we went to them to lodge a complaint, they would merely say, "Go away." Our only savior was the instruction from Lagos that all of us should come en masse transfer to the east. We eventually arrived in East Air on the 5th of October without any of the belongings. So I'm going to pause there, because what I just tried to read are areas so far as Katsina and Kaduna where you'll expect to be some protection for reasonable human beings. The emir should keep order, but he was chasing around and making sure people were being killed. And in one of the instances, he was driving around in his car and hooting his car horn and saying, leave the properties, kill them. After killing them, then the properties will be yours. So people were looting and killing at the same time. So he advised them to just kill the people first, and then they'll collect their properties. So he's supposed to be in a prison of authority to advise people to bring peace and order, but he didn't. The police joined in. They were burnt in the police. There's so many things that happened to our people. And the plan was to empty the north from easterners. And about, as I said before, 1.8 to 2 million people returned to the eastern region as a result of this insecurity in the rest of Nigeria. And as a result of that insecurity, the Biafrans decided to form their own country as a way of guaranteeing their safety.
Anything you hear on radio Biafra is the gospel truth.
I had a voice right in the air, sounding like a thunder, calling for my freedom. Yeah, now I conquer. I had a voice right.
Good evening, great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. I welcome you this evening once again. This is Radio Biafra. It is Hello Motherland. And of course, today is a Friday like none other, because each and every time we come out to do this job, each and every time we come out to proclaim that Biafra is the kingdom of God on this planet they call Earth, it lightens up our mood. We are so happy because it is a privilege. It is an opportunity, a privilege which some of us may not have. But we are so privileged, it is not funny that we are seen worthy to be among this greatest family in the whole wide world. And I'm talking about the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOD, Okwaponono. If you make a discussion and IPOB is not mentioned, then of course you are not in tune with reality. IPOB is a word, or should I say an acronym, that has been mentioned more than 1,000 times in a week or even in a day, because everywhere you go, it is IPOB, ESN, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And once you have spoken these three words, word, then you have spoken noble. Because everybody wants to know. This is what they ask you if you belong in this noble family. And what can I say? May Elohim bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who have called all of us out, the man who made the call. And we heard the voice on the radio, Radio Biafra. That voice is the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That voice called us and we concurred with what he was preaching and we answered the call. It's more like an altar call, like those who goes to Pentecostal church. You will bear me witness when the man of God has preached his gospel and he called for an altar call. People will give their life to Christ. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu preached the gospel on Radio Biafra. My goodness me. After preaching the word, he made an altar call. We concurred with the word that he preached. We listened, we believe, and we answered the altar call. And you will Biafra. My goodness me. We answered the altar call, and that is why each and every one of us is here today. And are members of the indigenous people of Biafra, the greatest mass freedom fighting movement in this, or rather on this planet Earth, or this planet they call Earth. There is none other in comparison with IPOD, but none. We are mass. We are a monster. My goodness me. And this is why I take delight. Initially, when we came out, they used to laugh at us. People used to make fun of you because you're an IPOD member. When you wear your IPOD regalia, they will reduce you to a laughing stock. But this day, today, IPOD is a fashion. When you walk past a street, people will ask you, because IPOD is a brand. They are doing whatever possible to bring us down, or to disunite us, or to dislodge us, or to dislocate us. My goodness me. It is not today that the infiltrators has been doing their worst. But we are still standing because this great mass movement was founded on the truth that is Elohim. And that is why we say that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. No, if you are a pretender, if you are here for ulterior motive, my goodness me, the oath that you took will find you. And when that oath locates you, you are a goner. And this is why I'm so happy this evening to welcome you to yet another great edition of Constructive Argument with Mazi Ikechukwu-Onoha, JP, on Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra, the best. Radio Biafra, the first. Radio Biafra, the last. Radio Biafra, Banon. They tried to hijack Radio Biafra, but they've forgotten that Radio Biafra Waroshi. How do you hijack Aroshi and Ebu Arishi Ebu and Ebu Alebu? They tried. And they discovered that Radio Biafra Bobuni Igwe Biafra Anagi Ebu Ebu Gibru Yawan no Ebu Anye Dandaya Buogi. It's as simple as that. Therefore, permit me to welcome you once again this evening. It is indeed going to be a powerful one. My goodness me. The man that I have today on the horse seat, the man that I'm going to allow him to introduce himself when we might have prayed. I will allow him to do so because his names and titles is so much that if I start to introduce him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and this evening I will allow the good doctor to introduce himself. He is a man that knows his history. If you are lost in terms of your history, if you are lost and you want to know, or rather you want to found yourself, Today is the day. This evening is the evening. He is indeed a man of great knowledge in IPOD. Trust me when I tell you. And that is why I have been playing this old school. My goodness me. For those who has been around, for those who know what's up. All right, so let's leave it there. My goodness me. All right, our time is fast spent and we need to get into it because I don't want to keep the good doctor waiting. And before we do that, before I invite my guest this evening, permit me to welcome you once again. If you are only joining us right now, my goodness me, this Radio Biafra, and I tell you, for those who are new on this platform, for those who are joining us only today, and they are wondering what is happening and what is the occasion, take a listen. This is why we are here. This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. Trust me when I tell you we've got you covered. It is Radio Biafra. We are everywhere. I said we are everywhere. We cover every nooks and corner in Biafra land. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. This is what we do, and this is how we do it. And in case if you don't have your IPOD community radio app, you've not downloaded it, where have you been? People are going past you. Make haste, go to your app store and download IPOD community radio. My goodness me, because we are the first and the last. Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOD Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last. That's right. Radio Biafra is the first and the last. Forget about all this rubbish, all this junk. Enter this, enter that, enter Gota. Where then they come out. They never see the better thing. Biafra, something that has been there time immemorial. And Radio Biafra, Waroshi Biafra, Radio Biafra, my goodness me. All right, without wasting time, once again, my name is Mazi Onoha. They call me Ononebu Ekuru Biafra. Some call me Professor of Law, Professor of Investigation and Forensic on Radio Biafra. My goodness me, they call me all this name because I preach the good news. I preach the restoration of the kingdom of Chukwu Kikabiama on this planet they call Earth. That kingdom is Biafra. We must continue because we are unstoppable. It doesn't matter what they do. At the end, we always win. They say that United Nations will never pronounce a matter pertaining to Biafra. What is happening? At the end, we always win. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went to the USA, to the World Igbo Congress a couple of years back, he was mocked. They laughed at him. He told them what he needed. At the end, World Igbo Congress called him and said, Anye kwela olehi choro. At the end, we always win. We told them we want Biafra, and they said Nigeria is indivisible. But trust me when I tell you, at the end, we must win. They are going to divide Nigeria. Not even one part. They are going to divide Nigeria into pieces like the old USSR. Do you know why? Because at the end, we always win. And this we pray in the name of Chukwu Kikabiama. Ise. This is modern. All right, it is Motherland, and of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra. My name is once again Mazi. Today is the 29th day of July, 2022, the year of our Lord, the year that Chukwu Kikabiama have made. The time standing here at 13 minutes past 7 p.m. in the evening. Am I happy or am I excited or what? I am happy. I am excited. What is the occasion? Because I am talking Biafra. It is not everybody that have the opportunity, the privilege to talk to Biafra. I consider myself the most privileged of them all. I consider myself very, very opportune for me to be sitting here on this platform they call Radio Biafra, talking to millions of Biafrans all around the world, those in diaspora, those in motherland Biafra. It is a privilege, one that I cherish, one that I will continue to cherish for the rest of my life. I will serve my people to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my ability. You might not agree with me in everything, but there is something we have in common. We all want Biafra. At least that settles it all. All right, without wasting time, we must proceed. We must continue, and I need to call up my guest this evening. It is constructive argument. Trust me, we hit below the belt. All right. Good evening, sir, and welcome to this great show. It is Radio Biafra, and this is Constructive Arguments. Welcome, sir.
Good evening.
All right, sir, without wasting time, we are going to proceed. But before we do so, please help me introduce yourself. The explanation is too much. The profile is very intimidating. So when I can get Boronya Kamo, Biafrans are listening. Go ahead.
Mazi, I know I don't know where to begin.
It's up to you.
It's like when they're giving all these big names, you stand and see if they're talking about you.
Thank you very much.
I greet you all, fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Before I open my mouth, I would say, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer.
Sir?
My name is Justice Onyemuchechukwu Akujobi Ukachilois. I'm a medical doctor trained and specialized in trauma and orthopedics. I survived the Biafran War as a child. I was privileged to come to the UK in 1970 after the war. I'm also an ordained bishop. I was a former UK coordinator, IPOD. I'm currently involved in the medical corps and also the Biafra education, awareness, dissemination, where we try to use the knowledge which is literally scattered throughout the world about Biafra, by putting them into a thread, a bead. They turn them into pearls of wisdom, which enable us to restore Biafra, because knowledge is power. I'm also part of the Council of Leaders and the Education Department of Igbo community. So without further ado, I've come to share with you what little knowledge I have, and we're still gaining more about what this Biafra is about. And when I heard about Nnamdi Kanu, I realized we found somebody who is genuine, who wants Biafra to be restored, who understands what's at stake, and I give him my wholehearted support. What he brought to the table was tremendous courage. And you know, courage is contagious. And through his courage, we can all therefore develop our individual courage. And you know what the Lord said to Joshua? Cease, do not fear. Be courageous, for I am with you. So our prayer is that our Heavenly Father will be with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he's sacrificed a lot and is committed to the freedom, not only of his people, but also of his enemies. So I'm here to do what I can to share knowledge about Biafra, because experientially, as a child, I remember being bombed, I remember being shelled, I remember lining up in refugee camps, and so on. So I have a first-hand experience, but I've also managed to try to understand what the whole thing was about so that I can share the knowledge with other people. So, Mazi,
yes.
I don't know where to, if you want me to add any more.
All right. Mazi, I think you have done justice to that, I must tell you. Now, the stage is set. The whole world is listening. Talk to me about Biafra. I have my pen, I have my paper ready, and I'm ready to learn. Let's go.
Okay. Biafra basically is the last resort. Because what the Juku said, if you cross this line, you are safe. So Biafra is about security, about safety. If someone said they're going to look after you, and they fail to look after you, by an agreement, the government is supposed to look after its citizens, protecting their lives and their properties. In 1966, Nigeria as a country failed people of the eastern region. Now, it didn't matter whether they were Igbo, Ibibio, Efe, Ndoki, Ejo, Ogoja, Ogoni. It mattered not. Once you're from eastern region, you were not safe in Nigeria. So they returned and rushed back to the part they thought was their own country, their own villages, their own farms. And they thought they were safe. Lo and behold, the people who were chasing them from the north, from the west, came back and attacked them in their own land and tried, with the help of superpowers, to wipe them out from the face of this earth. Nobody has gone through that suffering will forget it. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Biafra will be restored because Nigeria crossed the line. The world wanted Biafrans to return back to Nigeria. Biafrans said, what about our security? Because we are better at looking after ourselves than anyone else. The UN said, no, it's territorial integrity. Britain said, the Igbos have to protect it in the context of Nigerian unity. But it failed to guarantee that unity. And 50 years plus later, we're still being killed. As I speak to you, we're still being killed. You're not safe. Some are languishing in prison. Some are having their organs harvested. Women are being raped. Their farms are not safe. So where do we begin? So for the sake of our people, because if you're not informed, I'm told you'll be deformed. We need to go back to the basics and try to understand how Biafra came about and why it's indestructible. Okay, so I don't know if you want me to begin from the beginning, as it were. How did we find ourselves in Nigeria? And how do we get out? And that is really what I've come to talk to you about. May I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Right. We find ourselves in Nigeria because Britain devised a country and called it Nigeria. Basically, they invaded people on the coast, conquered them, and beheaded some of their leaders who resisted this conquest and held them to the territory. So that Calabar was the regional capital from the eastern region. And then they moved on to Lagos, bombarded it, and seized Lagos. So they had the south, and they called it protectorate. They then went up to the north and met the northern army that were actually forcing themselves down to conquer the whole of the territory. And because the British had Gatling guns are machine guns. So they were able to resist and defeat the Emir-led northern forces. Now, let me just step there. So when they defeated the north, they have a vast territory which they could not have enough manpower to control without recruiting those who actually ruling the country. So we're talking around 1914. So what they did was to try and make sure that this vast territory they've conquered is administered. They decided to join the south and the north, and they called it an amalgamation. Okay. This amalgamation, 1914, had some precedent. They said, what we have to do is that after 100 years, the people who have been amalgamated can decide whether they're going to carry on living together or go their separate ways. So we have a north-south join for economic convenience. So you can run a vast territory whilst you didn't have the money in your treasury to do so. So it was a skillful administration from the British. They deliberately joined those who are incompatible, meaning that when they conquered the South, the missionaries moved in and they were able to learn the European way and what they call modernity, how you run trains, telephones, post offices, and so on. But in the north, because of the arrangement when they conquered the north, the northerners said they do not want modernity. They want Islamic way of running things. Therefore, they resisted missionaries advancing into the core north. Okay. So as a result, there was an imbalance because in the south, you had approximately something like 841 secondary schools, whilst in the north, you managed to have about 40. Now, so as a result, people coming out for the first time from schools and colleges, predominantly most of them were from the south. So they had to go and do the British work, what they call the civil servant works, the modernity I was talking about earlier on, run the trains, transport, post office, and so on. You have to be able to read and write to be able to do that. Now, I'm not saying for 1 minute that the northerners couldn't read or write. It's just that the situation precluded a vast majority of them from going to school. They are Africans like you and I. Given the opportunity, they have the same talent and brain, but there was an imposition on them in that they were not allowed other than Islamic way of doing things. So that created some gaps between North and South. Now, before I go further in that line, let me tell you how the British conquered the North. The Northerners had the invasion through Islamic jihad from the people of Fulani origin, who were the Emir. They conquered the indigenous tribes, which are the Hausas. Okay? So Fulani is the name, is the name that the Hausa gave this tribe that came to conquer them. They're not Fulani. Fulani is a Hausa name. Okay? So the issue was that the Fulanis, they came with the religion of Islam. They Islamized the whole of northern Nigeria. Of course, there was resistance in the northeast, the current Borneo area. They were fighting each other. But vast majority of the northern area was conquered by the Islamic Jihad, which was led by Usman Dan Fodio. Now, he appointed emirs to various cities of the Hausa land. So when the British came to fight them, you had indigenous tribes, the Hausas, who were not happy with being suppressed by the emirs. So they actually didn't fight as hard as they ought to have. So they helped to defeat the emirs. They helped to defeat the Fulani. And therefore, the conquest for the British was made easier because, if you like, the Hausas were conquered, and then the British conquered the Fulani through the help of the Hausas. Now, to cut the long story not so short, the British haven't now conquered this vast area, and the Fulani, knowing that they acquired this land by conquest, they respected the British who have now conquered them. Okay? So now it's like they paid respect to the British, and the British respected them for that. So that is why they were different from those in the South who fought like the Ekumeku, who made sure they didn't give the British a chance. So the British therefore favored them. And to favor them, they decided, rather than ruling them direct, they agreed for them to run this vast area. They wanted them now to rule what they have already been conquered. Let me explain that. There's a very, very strange situation where you conquer somebody. It's like you chase somebody out of your house, and then you ask them to come back into the same house and manage it for you. Okay? Some people will understand this. It's like the British became the landlord, and they gave the key to the Fulani who they conquered to now run the whole area on behalf of the British against the indigenous population. Of course, I've been talking about Hausas. There were other tribes that made up the vast north. But the British found the Fulani very amicable and willing, having conquered them. And therefore, they handed over the key of the whole northern area to the Fulani. The Fulani said, fine, what we're going to do is that you allow us to rule this vast area on your behalf. The British says, fine. And they said, but we don't want Christianity. We want to keep our Muslim, our Islamic way of life. The British says, fine. So what that meant is that having conquered this area, the Fulani were able to tell them how they want to live in that area. Okay, so that is the background why you have North-South divide in approach to modernity. And I hope that's explained. So, if the Muslim choose to go to school, it will be for Islamic schools. Okay? It will be, and they will send their brightest, if you like, their immediate relatives of the emirs to learn as much as possible. But the general public, they kept them learning the Islamic school and nothing Western or modern. So the British had a problem. How do we administer these vast areas? I know, let's get people from the south to go up to the north to help develop the north. Okay, so that was the background. So our people, at the peak of the disturbance around 1956, it was estimated that between 1.8 to 2 million people from the eastern region, and of course the Muslims, also from the Yoruba land, went up to the north to help to develop the north. Now, if you came from outside and you're not Muslim, and your ways are not their ways, and you got your church, you got your schools, and you're running things. So the natives will look down on you and say, hang on, you have come from outside, and now you're telling us what to do. So you know where we're heading with this. There'll be inbuilt resentment. Because when you arrive in the north, you ask them to give you water because it's very thirsty. Say, Nyemimi, yeah? And from Nyemimi, which the northerners had all the time, you have Nyamiri. So everybody from the south is called Nyamiri. Okay, now, we haven't separated that knowledge. It's just something I've thrown in to help you understand that there's a difference between the people in the north and people from the south. So they were not allowed to mingle with the people who live in the north. In other words, they had their walled cities, yeah? So you can't just go inside and live with them because their ways are not your ways. So you lived outside the walled cities in places called strangers' quarters, and that is called Sabon Gari. So in the Sabon Gari, you had your own schools, you had your own transport, everything different from the local. Now, the locals then look at you as what the sociologists call privileged pariah. They don't like you, you're pariah, but you are privileged because you're earning salary, you're working in the bank, you have cars, you have television, radio, and you're running shops. So inevitably there'll be built up resentment you have and we don't have. Okay? So, and of course, that is part and parcel of the basis of why we have differences in the northerners and the southerners. Although it was one country amalgamated, but they were being ruled, or the administration was different. Okay, if you can't get a job if you're from the south in the way the natives ran their administration, the Southern Natives administration. They were run by those who was appointed by the emir. The emir would dictate who is which post. If you're from the south, it's unlikely that you get this post. So you have a country called Nigeria, but dichotomized. You're separated in the way you run your system. You have identified two different people. Okay, so as a result of that polarization, everything that was done to restore Nigeria, or the people of Nigeria, their independence. Now, we're not talking independence, because we're now going to go and make Nigeria an independent country. The way the British treated the North is different from the way they treated the South. But the South are pushing for independence. So the British wanted to make sure that their interest in the North is protected. That they cited virtually every industry, the development, schools, everything in the North, to the neglect, particularly of the East. Yeah? So the East, or if you like, those in the Eastern region, they managed to build whatever they did due to their enterprise. But the country, the British were citing all the developmental structures in the North. It's a vast area. Now, as a result of all this goings on, when it came to we want our independence, the North said we are not ready. For example, Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1953 said the British says, if any of you, there are 3 regions then, Eastern, Western, and Northern. Midwest has not come out then. They were advocating for independence. They were being ruled as regions. Britain said, if 2 out of 3 of these regions want their independence, okay, we will give it to them. Okay, so now remember, the person who's pushing for independence is Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo. So Awolowo said they are ready. Zig said yes, the people in the East, we are also ready. But we have to wait for the Northerners because they're not ready. So that was a big misunderstanding, a big mistake. Because if they said yes, you can have your independence, you have had an independent region, West and East, and the North will do when they're ready. So the West and the East, if you like, were ready to become independent countries. But there was some sort of friction. They weren't working together. So the Britain then went in and made sure they were further apart, poles apart, so that they cannot combine forces to challenge the vast region of the northern Nigeria. So that is the background for future, if you like, inbuilt failure systems. It's like failure engineering. So let me bring you to what happened before independence. In 1945, okay, before they started the killing, 1945, what happened was the World War II was ongoing. This World War II, the British were in Nigeria. They built Kanu Airport, where they used to move up to the north to attack Hitler in the Egyptian deserts and so on. So the Kanu Airport was built purely for the World War II. Now, as a result of that development, when it became apparent that the Nigerians were working flat out to fuel what they call the war effort, they weren't getting any increase in their pay, and their standard of living was dropping drastically. Okay? So they decided, therefore, they're going to strike. So can you imagine Nigeria having a general strike, which involved North and South? In 1945, June 22nd, they had a general strike. This general strike was led by the people from the South, and the newspaper used was West African Pilot and the Daily Comet, both edited by Nnamdi Azikiwe, was the editor of both. So they thought the actual strike was engineered by the Igbos. Okay, the British were not very pleased at all because the war was going on and you're going a strike. And all the commodities and goods that were coming to Britain will have some difficulty. So imagine Nigerians, they were united and saying, we're not going to carry on being exploited. Because just like now, the cost of living has increased 200%. The workers' wage since 1941 has not changed. However, the Europeans who are working in Nigeria labor market have been paid a couple of allowances to cope with the skyrocketing costs. Okay? But the Africans were not being paid. So they took a strike action. And that virtually paralyzed Nigerian economic life. This went on for 44 days. Can you imagine? Whole Nigeria striking 44 days. So this scared the British, scared the living life out of them, because they said, how can these people possibly organize a labor force to strike in our, colony? This is unheard of. So that scared the living daylight out of them. But the interesting thing is that the people in the north were not joining in this strike. And this strike was a stepping stone for political, liberation consciousness. They wanted to shut down everything that British was doing. And the newspaper leading it was Western Pilot, Daily Comet, as I said earlier. So what happened was as a result of that, there was a killing of the Igbos. Yeah? Well, how did this happen? Well, the Northerners weren't enjoying in the strike. So, as a result of that, there was propaganda directed against the Igbos, and they said they're responsible for instigating the strike. So, there was a clash between the Northerners and the Easterners, because this happened in Jos. They were doing tin mining, for example. So, as a result of it, there was a major clash for the first time between the Northerners and those from the visitors from the South. So Igbos were massacred. Now, the British being in charge didn't rush in to stop the massacring, just used it to teach the Igbos a lesson. Okay? So the killing went on for several days. Properties were burnt and so on, and people were killed. Now, as a result, guess what happened to the newspapers, Western Pilot and the Daily Comet? So they accused Nnamdi Azikiwe for instigating the strike. So they prescribed, yes, you heard me right, they prescribed the West African Pilot and the Daily Comet. And they said they won't allow these papers to be published anymore because they're causing trouble for the British government. So that's where the prescription started. Okay. Now, what happened was, because you had the North and the South, a bit of confusion for the British, they were delighted that the Northerners didn't join. So they started favoring the Northerners because they know these people in the South are troublemakers. Why are they troublemakers? Because some of them went to America and they wanted their country back. They wanted independence. Some went to Britain, of course. So they were exposed, and they started thinking about independence and all the humiliation they've been having. They wanted to be free. Britain wasn't going to have this. So the North said, we are not ready for independence. In fact, for us to be involved, we rather secede. They're the ones who decided to secede. And then in order to placate them, they had to be given about 53 or so of the voting rights in the legislation to allow them to be in the government. Independence hasn't come. You're giving them a veto, in effect, allowing them to run the country because they have majority in the House handed over to them, not by campaign, built into your new system, so that if there's any election and they have 53 seats already, well, they don't need to campaign. They don't need to come down to the South to campaign. Yeah? So, as a result, they have an inbuilt majority, which means the Northerners, will run Nigeria in perpetuity. They don't need to campaign for it. So the Britain has favored them, biased the Federation, which is supposed to be a tripod, the East, West, and the North. Now, you didn't balance it, so you had preponderance of votes coming from the north. The issue was there wasn't enough people in the north to justify that. They just give them the votes. So that was the beginning of the ending for Nigeria, because you can't have a country where one part will rule forever and ever and do what they like. Okay, so that is the background to the first massacre of the Igbos in Jos, 1945. Then, as the campaign to become independent heated up, a delegation in 1953 came down to Lagos to discuss how we can become independent. Because, what's his name? I've forgotten his name now. He's the one who moved the motion that Nigeria should become independent at the soon practicable date. Is the information minister. What's his name now? I've forgotten. Bear with me. It will come to me. So this information minister said, he stood in the house and said Nigeria must become independent. This was 1953, and hopefully in the next few years, as soon as possible. The northern delegation said, no, we're not ready. We're not interested. So the people in Lagos were going, boo, cheering them and saying, how dare you oppose our independence? We want to be independent. So they went home and they got very, very upset that they were looked down on and booed and so on. So, to make the matter worse, Akintola with the Action Group decided they're going to visit them, pay them a visit in Kanu to make them realize that we need independence. So someone called WADA, W-A-D-A, he knew WADA. He organized the Northerners in Kanu to set up, if you like, a counter riot for those people from the south. He said, we came to the south and insulted us. They're not coming to the north to insult us again. We're going to do something about it. So he rounded up his Northerners, gave them free, on the days these people were supposed to come, there wasn't going to be any work. So he gave them days off. On the Saturday they were arriving. And then, to make the matter worse, the rumor had it that they were waiting for them. So they decided, Akintola decided not to show up for his campaign. But the Northerners have already organized anti-demonstration to do some visit from the Southerners. But despite the fact that Akintola, the Action Group, did not show up in China, they still went ahead and killed Igbos again with such ferocity, that it took, 3 or 4 days to quell. And the butchery and the barbarity was such that the British government had to step in and do an inquiry and say, why was such viciousness? So the Igbos have been killed in 1945, been killed in 1953. And now it's beginning to make sense to you if you know who you are. This place, knowing where the rain started beating you. So you've been killed in 1945, been killed in 1953. So guess what happened in 1966? This is where Biafra is coming in. So that bubble of resentment, animosity, guarding yourself remained until the independence in 1960. Okay, so in the independence 1960, it was suggested that the election was rigged. In fact, before they finished the counting, the British administrator decided to say the winner is no proper accounting. He said what the Abubakar Tafa Balewa has won, the northern people. So that causes some stress and discomfort. So in order to join the government, you either have to go up to the north from the east, or the west had to join the north. So the east got there first because Ahmadu Bello and Zik were friends. Awolowo tried to join in, but they didn't succeed. And the east and the west didn't join hands either. This handshake across the Niger didn't occur. They would have formed a formidable opposition or rule Nigeria in a way that would be fair for everybody. Nonetheless, the Northerners got the power from the British and he became the prime minister. The Nnamdi Azikiwe, who did all the hard work, and according to Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana, said, how can a nationalist who has done all the work just stand back and have a ceremonial president post? So, again, that was an insight which alluded, they didn't quite take seriously enough. So Zik wanted peace at all means. He wanted Nigeria to be free. So he settled for president, which is an honorary post. But to the outside world, they think he's the president of Nigeria. So Nigeria did not have a presidential system. It was standing more as the governor general on behalf of the Queen. Because Nigeria was in a federation of prime minister. That's where the power is. So the Northerners got the power under Tafawa Balewa. So we had an independent Nigerian state. And then the bubble of resentment began. It was first in the Middle Belt, the TIV, T-I-V, the name, but they call it TV. So they started agitating. They wanted to break away. The West, there was a lot of argy-bargy going on. The West predominantly wanted to get to the seat of power because the action group were the opposition led by Awolowo. Because the people on the East, NCNC predominantly, have joined ranks with the Northern People's Progress, the Congress. So the West felt excluded from the center of power. So they now try to get back into the center of power. So Akintola had a disagreement with Awolowo. Akintola is the deputy of Awolowo. He had a disagreement with Awolowo and tried to get his Yoruba people into the government. As for them, it's better for them to be government than to be outside. So as a result of the shenanigans, the Middle Belt, the teams were fighting, the Yoruba own started out. And it led to what they call Operation Wetier, where it's not safe. You have to be action group or not an action group, depending which faction you are.
Excuse me, Mazi. Sorry to interrupt. Can you please elaborate on that Operation Wetier? Not everybody understands that slogan. Please go ahead.
Okay, Wetier is just like wet him or wet her. You're pouring an acid, you're wetting them with acid. Yeah? So if they didn't belong to their party, they poured acid on you. And cars were burned. Majority of people, there was a lot of chaos in the West. So they actually called it the Wild West. There's a lot of instability in the West. Most people went to Dahomey, which was what is called now Benin Republic. That's where majority of Yoruba people went there to hide because of the ongoing chaos. Yeah? So now all the rioting and all the burning and came to a head when Awolowo was imprisoned and accused of treason. Okay? So Akintola then took over and people didn't trust him. So there was infighting in Yoruba, they were killing each other. Now, as a result of all that, there was a lot of tension in the country. And to make the matter worse, the first election after independence, I believe 64, 65, when it happened, it was blatantly obvious that the thing was rigged. In the meantime, the alliance between the eastern part of Nigeria and the northern part has fallen apart. The Okara brothers have decided that the northerners can't be trusted because they did a census. The census, they counted that the northerners have inflated the number of people living in the north compared to the number of people living in the south. And indeed, if you use satellite imagery, I'm sure they didn't have it then, you find the densest population are mostly in the south than in the north. And if you look at the whole West Africa region, there are more people living near the coast than near the desert. So how is it that Nigeria has more population in the north? Anyway, that's another story. But there's mistrust as a result of the First Republic. So the election to find out who will carry on ruling was so bad that they wanted to dissolve the whole Nigeria. Nnamdi Azikiwe was the president and was asked to, well, since this thing is not safe, the election were rigged, everything, and he's going to dissolve the whole Nigeria. But as a result of compromise, they managed to forge, if you like, they managed to forge some form of government. The Tafa Balewa then carried on. All this thing was going on, the military were getting irritated. The TV was going rioting, military goes in and squashes them. The Midwest as well, killing. The military has to go in and kill some people to keep them quiet. So as a result of all the instability, and of course the politicians, being the politicians, were so flamboyant in spending money, all sorts of things. So it appears that the military, what I call the young hotheads, the majors and the captains, they planned to bring Nigeria back to sanity because they thought Nigeria is not pulling its weight. Nigeria should be doing more for black people than they are doing now. So there was a coup. So this coup led to the killing, asymmetric, I would say, asymmetric killing. In other words, there are more people killed outside the eastern region than other regions. The Akintola in the west was killed. In the north, they killed the president, the prime minister, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. They also killed the northern premier, who is the Sanduana of Sokoto, okay, and various other prominent people, and some of the military people who are from the north. Now, the issue was, when we looked at it, if Azikiwe wasn't killed, Opara wasn't killed, and I think someone called us Adebe, who is the Midwest, wasn't killed, they say, hang on, what is going on here? And I remember as a young man, riding in a bike with my grandfather, they stopped over to discuss this in the village. And they said it appears that other people were killed and Easterners weren't killed. They didn't think the Northerners would agree with us. And so that just the conversation you never forget. So as a result then of that killing, the issue was that the killing in the West, the West here, so West here has come to a halt. The rioting in the North, the Mid-Belt has come to a halt. And surprise, surprise, everybody in Nigeria was celebrating. The military have come in to teach these politicians some sense. Okay? They thought the person who led the coup in the North was from Midwest, Nzevu. And the person who led it in the North, in the West, in Lagos, was Ifagina. And they were supposed to have killed the people in the East, but they failed to do so. And Mid-Belt, Midwest, and they failed to do so. So now, but the people who stopped the coup are senior officers like Agi Iwensu, who happened to be the person in charge of the military overall. And also in the north, Ojukwu, who was commanding a battalion, I believe in Kanu, was also instrumental in preventing the spread of the coup and the effects. Because Nzevu was going to march down south with his military to take on the south because he accused them of messing up big time. Now, the country, when the military took over, the people who took over from the military weren't the ones who did the coup. So that was a mistake because they didn't know anything about the coup, but they found themselves as one ruling country now because then they were in a way hesitant to carrying out the plans of the coup plotters. The coup plotters were supposed to bring, what's his name, Awolowo out of prison because they thought he was unfairly imprisoned. So they wanted to bring him out to act as part of the interim people who are running the country between the military and the politicians. So what I'm trying to say to you is that there was a lot of the people in Nigeria as in general welcomed the coup as initial outset. And I've got evidence here in newspapers which were written to show that this coup was generally accepted No, so for example, it says that according to the evidence, let me read it for you. According to the evidence, the January army takeover was hailed throughout the whole federation. The disturbance in the western region and the Tiv areas of the north, which marked the last days of the First Republic, came to an immediate halt. As I said to you, those areas that was agitating and rioting, the military coup seized to stop them. So there was a marked sense of relief throughout the whole country. The mood of the country was amply portrayed by the national press. If you look at the newspaper cutting in January 1966, it says, Daily Times, a local newspaper, says, accuse the politicians for the way things have gone wrong with the country, and they praise the new regime for a manner in which he had effected the changeover without causing much public panic. So the military stepped in and calmed, the senior military officer came and calmed the disturbances. The West African pilot, by now, of course, the proscription has been lifted, they now got independence. The West African pilot said that January 16th, that is the day after the coup, will go down in history as a great day for Nigeria, because it was the day Nigeria took a new lease of life. The Morning Post, again, part of the official federal government organ, newspaper, said, after causing the politicians in Nigeria, after accusing themselves of thinking they had a divine right to lord it over ordinary people, declare, we of this newspaper join millions of fellow countrymen in welcoming the dawn of this era of our country. Now, the new Nigerian newspaper, which is mostly in the north, also said regionalism and tribalism have been the major factors that have precipitated the present crisis. If we have learned that much, then some good may come out of what has happened. Okay, so those are the Nigerian newspapers. Now, where did it all fall apart? BBC stepped in. The only discordant note, the only newspaper that said something in the opposite direction said BBC in London. Within 48 hours of the army takeover, the BBC correspondent dubbed the whole thing, called the whole episode an evil coup. Let me repeat that. Within 48 hours of the coup, it was the BBC correspondent that called the whole thing an evil coup. So the BBC was to stick to this note to the end. That is where the problem.
So Mazi, obviously, it is not today that BBC has been inciting violence and genocide against Biafrans. Please go ahead.
There you go. So that is very, very important to note. Because if the BBC hadn't mentioned it was a coup, it would have biased the minds of the people who were celebrating that now the Tiv riots have stopped, West here has gone, Nigeria is now going to move as one country. Okay? All right. So it's worth noting that one. Now, so you had a coup in 1966 in January. Military have taken over. They're now plotting and planning how to run the whole country. So there were 4 regions: Northern region, Western region, Midwest, and Eastern region. So the current head of state, who was a military senior officer, Agi Irensi, happened to be Igbo. He appointed military governors to rule those 4 regions. Now, he wanted a unified command so that when he gives an instruction, the military will follow it. And he wanted to dismantle the region and centralize power at the center. This was the beginning of the end. So because he wanted to do that, he brought out what they call Decree 34. Decree 34 was designed to unite and unify the civil servants, everything about Nigerian government. But the oil in the ointment, the fly in the ointment was that the Northerners seriously suspected that this is an Igbo takeover. Okay? They thought if this was allowed to go ahead, the Igbos would dominate everything. Okay. Remember, in the North, you can't get a job in the government unless you're approved by the Northerners. You remain in the Sabongari, if you like, a privileged pariah. So they were scared that with this new decree, the civil service would be standardized, and people from the North would be overswamped by people from the South who, quote, appears to be more educated. So that scared the Wittasism. Remember, the politicians have been asked to go away from ruling. So they had more time now to plan or how to counteract any threat they thought was from Igbos. Okay, now, today, of course, is the 29th of July. Okay? Very, very significant. So what happened was, when this Decree 34 came out by the new government, before I mentioned that, the people who did the coup, by the way, the Zogos, the Paginers, and all these people, they were rounded up and locked away in prison, awaiting trial. Yakubu Gowon and Salem, who is the police commissioner, was set out to go and investigate who caused the coup, why they had the coup, whether it's an Igbo coup, and so on. Up till tomorrow, Gowon has not found any evidence to show it was an Igbo coup. Okay? So they were told to go and find out who caused the coup. All the information showed it was junior officers from various tribes, not just the Igbo tribe. Okay? Now, the Igbo officers may have been predominant, but they are not coupping. They didn't do the coup for the sake of the Igbos. There was no need. The Igbo civilians were consulted. And of course, the newborn baby and the baby in the womb, no one asked them to go and do coup on their behalf. But they all became victims of what they call the counter-coup for the 29th of July. Okay.
All right, Mazi, unfortunately, here we are going to end the part one. Remember, this is a series, and we are continuing again, depending on your availability, next week for part two. Because of our time, and of course, a member of DOS are coming up on other platform, and have actually taken over almost 10, 11 minutes of their time. So please, I don't know if you will make a commitment to be France that you are definitely coming back again next week.
By God's grace.
Amen.
Do your best.
Thank you so much. I am enjoying this. I wished we can just go on, but unfortunately because of time. But please don't worry, Biafrans. Next week, by the grace of God, we are coming back. We need to know our history. This is juicy. This is important. If you don't know your history, of course, you won't know where you are going. Once again, Mazi, Dr. Justice Lois, Okachi Lois, thank you very much. May Elohim bless you. And I will speak to you again next week.
Thank you. Let me just say one thing.
By all means, please.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We have the Biafra Education Awareness Dissemination Seminar on the 20th of August this year. So we're busy preparing, where we share information about Biafran genocide and those who helped us with the humanitarian response to Biafran genocide. So please join us, and we'll all learn together about the events that unfolded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazindewo. Thank you for your time. All right, this is where we will leave it because of time. I was beginning to enjoy this, I must tell you, but unfortunately we have to leave it here. But trust me when I tell you, we are bringing him back again next week. If there is anything we need to know, it is our history as a people. We have to know who we are, that history that they have hidden away from us as a people. Time has come for us to know exactly what happened, by who, when, how, and where. These are the questions our children are asking, and they deserve an answer, and that answer we must give them. Please, I've dedicated the part of this coming month of August for this history. It is definitely going to be a history month here on Radio Biafra, and of course on this platform, and of course on Constructive Argument. Dr. Okachi Lewis, but if God's sparing us, we'll be back again next week to continue where he stopped. This is part 1, and we're going to load it, of course, on our community radio app so that it can be going on every time, so you can be listening, hearing about your history, meditating about it, and of course, he is coming back. Don't miss it. Spread the news. Tell the people it is happening live here on Radio Biafra. My name's Mazi. This has been Constructive Argument. May God bless Biafra. May God bless our leader Nnamdi Kanu. May God bless the land of the rising sun. From me, from here, it is goodbye.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda!
Where to?
Solomon Kalushi Mashango. You are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
Therefore, the only election that makes sense in our place right now in Biafra land is a referendum. When we achieve a referendum, then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have a just society to be able to do that. You have to be able to have people that are ready to receive the opportunity and want to participate to make their life better. You don't have that right now. What is Peter Obi going to do with millions of Aramajiris? How is he going to control the military? How is he going to control all the terrorist groups from the north? The banditries, Mieti Allah, Fulani Herdsmen, that are the fourth most deadliest terrorist group in the world by Global Watch on terrorism. And Saru, Al-Shabaab. How is an Igbo president going to control these terrorist groups? How is that going to happen? So the first thing is to secure our life first, before anything else. And the only way to do that is through a referendum. You have to be alive to participate in an election. Right now, our struggle has gone beyond economies. It's gone beyond a way of life. We are fighting for self-preservation at this time. Self-preservation. We're fighting to stay alive. And every Biafran should be able to see that. If you do not see that, it's either you're nonchalant, you don't care, or you're desperately wicked. One or the other. There is no other explanation. Thank you.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom. Africa. Cause we can never let them negotiate our freedom. No. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time. And the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold the truth for a long time. Oh no. So stay awake. The sun is risen from the east. And the Messiah you're waiting is right here. And no one is gonna try to stop that. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom. Let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom. Free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, song of salvation. Freedom. Let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom. Free Nnamdi Kanu. for self-determination is the separatists and the terrorists. Yeah. When they jail a black freedom fighter, they jail in African freedom. Don't I have rights to my self-determination? Is that a crime? Oh no. Don't I have rights to live? Don't I have rights to express myself? Don't I have rights to speak? Can't I complain if I'm marginalized? There's genocide in the land that nobody even cared about. Even when I try to speak, my voice is muted every time. Like a slave in my land, I can't take it anymore. I hope the world is listening to my plight. I can hear a great call for justice. Freedom, let the sun rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, the song of salvation. Freedom, let Africa rise. Freedom for Biafra. Freedom, free Nnamdi Kanu.
From the eastern side, me come from the motherland. Them are trying to prove to me I don't know where I'm coming from. But Japan's them cause I know my roots. I know fit to lose the love for them. I'm unstoppable, my people unstoppable. We keep on moving forward. We keep on grinding. Yeah. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi and the Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom. We have gone a long way. No going back. We are too big to fall. No. Nothing fit to stop us. My people demand freedom. Should be a crime to ask for your right. Ask for your right. I will take it, let me know. No. We know they do the same thing. We know they go the same way. We don't carry this same language for matter. Free me, make I do my thing. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi and the Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom. No. Yeah. We don't pay for the struggle. Yeah. So many people don't go there for the struggle. It's hard time to get our right. All we have for our freedom, we can never stop. Biafra is a spirit. Let me see now wave the flag.
My people listen. I am that I am. I will bless whoever blessed you, and I will curse whoever cursed you. War against the kingdom of darkness that stands against God's people of Biafra. The more you try to stop us on this united movement, the more we unite with more great people, and more real brave people keep multiplying up. Revolutionary blast the Babylonians, for the Biafrans came from Israelite. Tell us how Addis Ababa came from. Destroy the invention. Make sure you destroy every being that stand as destruction obstruction. Damn the demon incarnate hiding under the umbrella of American and British world power. The blasphemous. Babylonians surprised how we survived the strike of 1967. Bomb bullet the project. It's hardcore Biafran striving for heaven with psychological object. You can't stop the revolutionary strive. The media life from generation to generation just to fly. But we bring you down with the Biafran necktie. Testify, bonify, 45 Biafran rose with the tools to blow. We've beyond perspective point, consuming so many history books. As the years took for us to trace the truth to the roots, they used to roost the home of the brave. Cause we were blinded with white men lies they imposed on our region. We were civilized with the Jewish religion before the white men disease came to Black Gold Kingdom. With their demons they chain our freedom. We took fortitude for all the pains we passed through. The era of slavery to date bondage. General Dumegu Dike Ojukwu, greatest in charge of all time, retired but never get tired of the struggle he took. Prophet Nnamdi is anointed with the struggle. More nothing to lose. Let the era of IPOD be burned till they're all gone to see them no more. Back in the days when I was blind like you, struggling for better days hope. Used to hide from cops to smoke in the cemetery. With my infantry friend dying in conspiracy insurgency. Now time is necessary to pray with my brethren in the territory. For the nation of Biafra must be restored. For our enemies don't deserve the love. For so many scores execute raw. The only language Ishmael lineage understood is shedding of blood. Soon the angels saw we descend on Babylonia. And the arena of bastard saboteurs trying to be heroes. But they're going down zeros. IPO became with unused skills, broke the code on the globe like virus on control. You don't even know. We spoke and poke out your indigenous people already say no to ethanol and tobacco. White men blood. Our soul have reconciled with our God for the Biafran exodus. For IPOB don't go for illegal money when their brothers' eye closed like those hanging out late night like ghosts with useless hope waiting for brown envelope to kiss your brother's souls. Like when the Biafran fighting Cold War. White Britain shipping Biafran black gold. Or Juanes and Dig, but mine is dynamic. You will never know who love you the most. And that's why many made wrong choice when presenting them roles. We are untouchable, unstoppable, unseparable folks. We must cross to our promised land of blessing and riches. You can die, rest in pieces, you snitches. Saved by the indigenous witches, for we got a key. Time has come that the land soil will reject you all and your dead bodies. We believe on nobody but Tetragrammaton. For this is the end of Islamic Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It's become the throne of demons since the amalgamation. All the families have soldiered up on the Papa Green land, on Black Boot and Tools. Don't use skills, soldier up, ever ready to go. For they've wake up dead people from sleep of no return till we get it done. Like a revenge of America of September 11, when God of Israel had a departed soul petition from heaven. So shall he digest it through the hardcore Biafran squad.
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. No good, calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. No good, calling on the global world. Make way for now.
We suffer multicultural slavery, full ownership to the new world. Britain came in, the game changed, more horrible. Introducing Biafra to ethanol, alcohol, damaged body system, and tobacco, nicotine causing cancer. Biafra nation was established by Lord Afra, 8500 BC. And Britain came in, destroy our ecosystem king. Lord Lugard for kill our fathers to amalgamate us with Nigeria contraction to be Muslim since 1914. 1929, killing of about women riot. For so long they have been killing Biafrans till date. Britain brought them as threats to deceive. All they done for us is don't to trace our origin back. They don't give a fuck about our hurt, rather value Biafran world. Don't bomb babies were beheaded, lynched in the street, set ablaze in their homes. Children taken from school and executed with maternity. And guests were taken from their schools to leprosy. And other people with other diseases keep raping them. Beheaded pregnant women were chipped to death, and their unborn babies taken out of their stomach and killed as well. Men and children of all ages babies were thrown into the well of less bread, steady screaming, crying for help, but the rest of the world act deaf. The British and Nigerian government feel up dead to 40 food with heavy stones. Some were forced to eat feces and drink urine with no hope. They bombed civilians in the hospitals, markets, churches, and at their homes. Biafra homeland became a rain of skulls and bones. The ever worst war crime in the whole world after the Jewish Holocaust. Still, the blood wasn't enough for the beast warmongers. British sent troops with warplane mortars, grenades, executing innocent blood of Ayakarome in brutal council. Currently, 4 weeks Buhari integrated. He used helicopter and napalm bomb Akwa Ibom coast using AK-47 war guns, shooting Calabar people in the night. All Nigerian armed forces execute IPOD in Aba, in Oiwacha, in Onitsha, main bridge in Ukpo. Abakaliki, Idoma land never be exceptional. Terrorize and execute many communities in Enugu. 30th May Memorial Day of Fallen Heroes. Turn bloody. They broke into the churches with no respect to God. Start arresting, executing people, raping Biafra women. Using Boko Haram trained by Saudi Arabia among their 84 terrorist group. And America did nothing at all. So many unforgiven sin till thy kingdom come. We will never forget this till thy kingdom come. For the properties the seized, giving us 20 pounds. After warfare, for the welfare of our world, they ripped in pieces, sending us to open new market in the forest with 20 pounds. Now you call it Alaba International Market. An updated Britain who were past and present against Biafra succeeded. Now fought and gotten India succeed from European Union. Americans said who support freedom of speech only on the lips to black people. Biafran came looking for freedom. We realized American Britain kingdom are ruled by incarnates of demons. No surprise American give the logic to those behind the scopic who make the mechanic plot execution of scores of 1967 unique people. I know many won't understand it, like magic from aquatic. Take and listen to one of my speech brethren, or make it so very stop corporate news lying to you and your children. Do you ever thought how Islam came into existence? Do you ever thought how Islam came into the place you are living? Do your memory ever reconnect you how your grandfather's religion was raised? They execute many black skulls before imposing Islam into African region. Out of fear, many souls were submissive to Islam religion. So many souls Muslim rule. Got people real fool about the referendum system, Islam religion. It's ever lied told before that Islam is a peaceful religion. This is a paradox they use to cripple Turkey and to see Africa as a land of monkey to mockery. My papa told me Biafran story, so shall I tell my own bonkies about the worry. Watching Biafra documentary issue, reminiscing tears as the years took. Ever gone, it's over if you don't believe worship a tetragrammaton. You don't deserve to sleep with Biafra Kadunas. For the Biafran till we're gone. Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people, it's too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. Hey, no good day. Calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
I know I can't speak like you all, but you all understand me well. For the black people hemisphere, you talk in the red, and you sleep comfortable on bed. Soon the reward of death will visit you all from hell. For the petition of people you sent to the grave, have answered by God of the braves. Caught you all of a worry bird memory of imperialism, slaveryism, colonialism, religion, terrorism. Ever since the end of Biafran defense war, agreement was made, no victor, no vanquish. Promises was made for Nigerians to build infrastructure and rehabilitation for Biafrans. But when Biafran came for late redemption, Nigerian government gone. This picture is never wrong. They don't want us to live on. They thought all the hard cores are dead gone, but they get it wrong. Nnamdi Kanu overthrown the white and black man dragon with 50 million resurrected hardcore Biafrans with machine guns. Testify ready to die even to keep the bullet fly. For we have born, raised in the bomb era, condemned by the Catholic Church. We understood the mystery behind such, but to rather unite IPOD remain much for our soul, not for gold. For so long constantly searching searching for knowledge from a distance. Instantly wisdom was there before civilization came into existence. You can reason up the circumstance why Biafran from ages always stand firm for resistance through our system of transistence persistence. Even though most of us locked up in the cage like Roman Empire details before technology came to mind knowledge. The Roman Empire under Illuminati one goal, stole God religion and painted it illusional, made people wallowing in the bloody satanic ocean of fire. So much unwaste damages to date. Nobody give a fuck about protecting my race. So I hold on with AK on the revolution face to bring down the disgrace. For we're going to school to be nobody's slave. They want us to keep living in dark lives. Look around, poor healthcare, no warfare, always warfare against us and hemisphere. What unfair, people get disappeared, and the mouthpiece of the sea are living in fear. The rest acting deaf ear on our bloody tears. And politicians dress us each time they execute our blood with euphemism speech. They have sunk our organic hemisphere with the human blood and destroy our aquatic species with chemicals entitled with aftermath of getting cancer. And our chieftains and elders are blind, telling us to listen to the saga. Conspiracy going on and laid by the inventories. They infiltrate for us to go for war instantly, with none of the children serving in infantry. Religious war is the reason primarily. African territory has become cemetery for terrorism. We are Muslims executing innocent Christians and Jewish mercilessly. And American power did nothing to Saudi Arabia of sponsoring and supporting 84 terrorist group in the era of 21st century. Only sanction in Russia for Western power to get easy access to all and beyond former USSR geographical territory under their control watch. But we bring the truth out to our people who are still blind of the search, like during the expository essay of the Holocaust of the Jewish. And if you stand in my way of getting freedom through my tools will blast you so hard it will get next bastard. Beautiful next to you trying to screw. And I salute on my loyal black boot to my Biafran revolution crew, standing with my symbolic flag. We Biafran build America. Now people who doesn't know how the basic foundation of United States of America. They migrated from different parts of universal base, enjoying our labor and our sweat faces. And origin people who build Americans still suffering today. Only option left for us is dead. But I promise my Biafran pillars to deliver no shiver till they stop calling us niggas. Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late? Look how you treating my people is too bad. Why you really acting like you too late?
The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. You know good calling on the global world. The way they treat us like a stranger in a fatherland. You know good calling on the global world. Make way for Biafra.
Biafra struggle can never be unrewarded struggle. Remember after rain, there comes sunshine. I remember for every dark night, there is a bright day after that. So it's afternoon now, but I say good morning to my Biafrans. The sun has risen and shining where there is no light, and that's the symbolic meaning of the sun appearance in the Biafran flag. Do remember danger is real, but fear is the choice. But don't be victim of kingdom that will never last your freedom. We receive Western education just to know the basics. No mortal can change the past, and no mortal can make the future. You are just an instrument to be used by the Universal King. Remember, just like you have the power to manufacture and control minimum and maximum seconds under your wristwatch. There is someone above your origin, creates and has dominion over you, and your strange functional and sectional object you made. So life never comes by chance, it goes to you, a taste. So remain resolute, because when comes confusion, reality becomes illusion. Letter to my Biafrans. The best African revolution ever strategized is the Biafran one of the world top first-class revolution ever exemplified in the history of mankind, ever known to extend the man. Politics and corruption on the hip-hop industry silent my speech, but Biafra brought back my voice to strike and project on the psychological object. So why trying to blame us? So many lies was told to our brothers and sisters that were sold out to slavery. But I'm here to delegate the truth at the time. We did not land on the white man Plymouth land, but white men landed on black people Plymouth land. So what I'm saying is, we're on our own when the white man disease came into our existence, bruised and ruined so many souls of the black people. But Biafrans are here one more time to restore the real nomenclature of the real mechanism or framework of the true worship of Yahweh, Chukwokika Abiyama. On this revolution project, with no mind to accept evolution anymore. This is not voluntary, but it's mandatory only if you realize who you are and what you are as human being. I think no need to tell the rest of the world that we are blessed with the best. So I have sacrificed my life, Biafra or dead. Biafra! Worldwide! Fuck all y'all! It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. Biafra, Kaduna, signing out. Signing out, signing out.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwokika Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chukwokika Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife nor rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we are going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations, a Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart. And that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family, indivisible. Under Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. for mothers to love, for a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda!
Solomon Kalushi Mashango, you are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
ISIS will enter the zoo and Chad unless, and this is from an Islamic newspaper. As I told you before, anything you hear on Radio Biafra is correct. I told you on this platform that they will come for you. You see, let me tell you one thing that people don't know because you don't know history. I forgive some of you because in your schools in the zoo they don't teach you anything. I want some people to actually go and sit down and study the history of Islam. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped growing. Islam is the only religion that has never stopped expanding through militancy and war. Others have stopped. Only Islam. Christianity is based on convincing people, telling them about the message of hope and restoration of Yahweh Yeshua. Of course, immensely corrupted. That we know for sure. But Islam believes in expanding through war. And that war is coming. Now, I must be put on record. And we can play it all the time for our people to also understand and listen very carefully. And I will say it tonight. And if you come to me in the future, I'll refer you to the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015. And that I made this very comment I'm about to make now at precisely 10 minutes to 8 p.m. in the evening. If ISIS comes down into the zoo, of course they are part of Boko Haram anyway. If they forge, not if they, because they have forged an alliance already. If they launch any attack with the name of ISIS on the zoo soil, if you come to us to give us weapons, I will decline it. I will allow them to kill all of you before we mount any counter-offensive. Let me tell you one thing that you don't understand. Some of you, you claim you went to school, but you didn't go to school. Because if you went to school, you will understand how Islam works. Islam is coming for you. They must come for you. It's a M-U-S-T, must. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Only you can defend yourselves. This headline here is a confirmation if you need one. I think Abubakar said it yesterday. Today is being confirmed that ISIS is coming. Not just Boko Haram, but the real bad people that are coming. They need access to the oil. And they will get it. to secure their financial base for their continued expansion within the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. The zoo is seen as pivotal, and Biafra land is where the resources that they're looking for is lying in. They don't trust Buhari anymore. Buhari was their godfather. They no longer trust him. I mean, Boko Haram in this instance. Buhari, they thought, would give them Sharia immediately. Buhari saying, I don't belong to anybody. From that day, they intensified their bombing. Some of you cannot reason, you cannot see very well because you're blind. But at least you're lucky. You are listening to Radio Biafra. Very, very lucky indeed. I'm telling you the truth. Or else, I can in your blindness. It is that darkness we've come to shed light on, that you can see properly. If they enter the zoo, I will not command this army. And I need guns and I have the men. I need guns and I need bullets. That's all we need. And then we win. I have been sounding this warning. I've been telling you, you think we are joking. They are coming. Your mothers will be raped. Your sisters will be married off as slaves. I'm telling you that now. Right as I speak, write it down. Biafra land will be decimated unless we equip this army to defend us. If we don't equip our army to defend us, in other words, if we don't march this year, it will be very, very difficult for us to recover. Forget all this nonsense. All these so-called pro-Biafra groups you're saying, HAUSA brought them out to confuse you. HAUSA brought them out. That is why they cannot say what we are saying or do what we're capable of doing. These are HAUSA groups, and you are not listening. You are not listening because the devil has gone into all these idols that you worship. The devil has gone inside you to harden your heart, to blind your eyes that you can no longer see. That day, I will tell you to remember the broadcast of the 8th of June 2015. I will tell you to go back to it. I need guns and I need weapons. If I don't have guns and bullets, the army of Biafra cannot defend your towns and villages. The sooner you get that into your thick skull, the better for everybody. You are black people, you don't reason, I know that for sure. But the sooner you take this very message seriously, the better for everybody. Or else you're finished. ISIS is coming. They will enter the zoo and Chad very, very shortly. Not as Boko Haram, they are coming in as their franchise and as their name dictates. ISIS is coming. If you like, you make haste while the sun is shining, or if you like, you can continue to be dumb and stupid. That is entirely up to you. I won't be there, but you'll be dead anyway. And Radio Biafra will not report it, and nobody will. If you like, you give us guns. If you like, you don't. We are trying to save you, not you saving us. We continue.
Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number +44 2087 438,000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000, or you can tweet at BBC News. You can also call BBC Customer Service +44 3700 100 222. I repeat, +44 3700 100 222. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I have not finished. You can also call BBC Studios Limited +44 208 433 2000. I repeat, +44 208 433 2000. You can also email BBC News Channels at bbc.co.uk. BBC, we shall vanquish. BBC, do you know why? Because we are Biafrans.
wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet, we very gladly and ceremoniously welcome you to this very regular broadcast. We are live and we are direct. The whole world is bearing us witness as we come to you with this same unadulterated propagation of these very words that will lead us from darkness into light. These very words that Chukwokika Biama has decreed that we must preach for the benefit of the living, that we may experience true freedom, unencumbered by the ecstasies of those who are not civilized enough to practice democracy. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, I must also encourage you to welcome those who are around you, your friends, and your families, your neighbors, those who are far and those who are near. And as always, we are simulcasting, not just on my Facebook page, but also on Radio Biafra CHK platform in Biafra land, on our FM dial. We are on satellite, we are on Radio Biafra app, we are on various other apps as well, and we are very critically and importantly on YouTube as well. I welcome each and every one of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. We are not like any other. This very broadcast is being listened to by every major government around the world. This very broadcast is being listened to attentively by those in Abuja, those shielding the very empty, corrupt, and decayed as a rock. Those in Lagos are listening. Everybody who calls him or herself anything of relevance is listening to this very broadcast. Here you shall hear the truth as always, uncompromisingly so, I tell you. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. I am the director of Radio Biafra and also the director of Biafra Television. But above all, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, Chukwokika Biama Prumihanina, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. It was not my intention to broadcast this very day, but I was compelled to do so by the events that occurred in Oba on Sunday. But before we get into that, we must pray as it is usual and customary for us to do so. We must hand over our proceedings to the Most High, for His abiding grace and love in our lives, and more especially, what Chukwokika Biama is doing with IPOD. This very work that is unprecedented. Unprecedented. Let us pray. Onye ndị nsọ na-erubere isi onye ọbụla anụ ya na-achị mmalite na ọgwụgwụ isi iyi nke ndụ ama amacha onye dị omimi wee karịa nghọta nke mmadụ dị ndụ. Onye anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye n'ihi na anyị anaghị efe arụsị, na-anaghị ka anyị na-akpọ Eze Ebube dị Ngozi, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye na-eme ọgọ, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye nwere amara na ọmịiko ebe ndị ya nọ. Mkpọkụ anyị na-akpọkụ gị n'uhuruchi a n'ala nsọ Igbo Biafra eze ndị eze bụ ka iwe cheta okwu ọgbụgba ndụ nke ikwuru n'isi anyị, ka iwe cheta nna nke dị nsọ nkwa nke ikwuru ndị Igbo na isi na anyị isi n'ihe ọjọọ wee chigata azụ wee were ya kpọọ gị nna Eze Ebube dị Ngozi na ị ga-anapụta anyị ọbụla dị mgbe oke mkpagbu dakwasara ndị gị.
anyị nọ na mgbe oke mkpagbu nọ, ọ bụdịghịrị site na ndị mba, ọ bụ site na ndị ọjọọ bụ ndị nọ n'ime ezi. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna anyị wee na-arịọ gị sị gị n'ihe ga-abụ nke ndị dị etu a na ala nsọ gị Biafra ga-abịarịrị. Ọ ga-abịapụta anyị na ndụ na-abụghị n'ọnwa eze ebube dị ngọzi. Ị ga-agọzi ndị nke gị, ị ga-agọzi IPOD n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, ọbụla dị ka ndị iro na-agba mgbụgba niile dị iche iche ha na ndị Fulani bụ ndị tụrụ ime ha ka e wee megide ndị gị, dịka ihe mere na ọba onye ime eluigwe. Ka anyị na-arịọ gị na ọ bụkwa otu a ka ị ga-esi wee gọzie ụmụ gị ọzọ, n'ihi na onweghị ebe ọbụla anyị si wee na-anata, onweghị ndị ọbụla bụ ndị na-achị achị bụ ndị na-enye anyị enyemaka nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ọ bụ site n'ịhụnanya gị na ebere gị, mmasị gị nke pụrụ iche n'ebe IPOD nọ mere ji wee gọzie anyị n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Anyị wee na-aja gị mma wee na-eto gị na-asị gị nna nke dị nsọ na anyị agaghị azọju ụkwụ, anyị agaghị aga wee gaa jọọ njem nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ọ bụ na anaghị ebe olileanya anyị na-atụkwasị obi anyị nọ, ọ bụ na anaghị ga-enye anyị Biafra nna nke ime eluigwe. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị wee na-eto gị wee na-aja gị mma wee na-ebuli aha nsọ gị elu, na-asị otuto na nsọpụrụ dịrị gị site n'ebighị ma ruo n'ebighị ebi. Ise. And for those of you who are just joining us, today is Wednesday, the 15th day of July in the year of our Most High Elohim 2020. The time now is exactly 11 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, the land of the free, the land that the Almighty decreed will be inhabited by those that will bring light to Africa. And that is what we have come to do this very generation, unflinchingly and without compromise. Bring your pen and paper with you as always. The announcement was barely done an hour and a half ago. Amaka issued that. And I am saying to all of you, those of you who are dedicated are the ones who are listening, you do not need 48 hours notice, you don't need 12 hours notice, only a moment's notice. Even if it's only 2 minutes, we have our people listening from right across the world, and I wholeheartedly welcome each and every one of you this very day as we proceed. I will not take much of your time any further. We are going to delve into the issues and the matters for which our minds have been exercised for the past few days. I may be able to contact some of you as we proceed, but for now I am filled with so much rage and anger within me that I do not understand even how to proceed. But we must try all the same. An invasion happened in Oba. Oba is the reason why I am coming out of my prayers in order to handle this very broadcast today. Oba, Kinidemili, we are a very loyal and principled servant that serves us in the capacity of the North American representation in our DOS, Mazi comes from. A place that should be very proud of their position within these very efforts to restore Biafra in our lifetime. And this year, precisely, if we miss it this year, it is our fault. Mazi comes from Oba, and because of him, some of the things that I would normally say about a very useless village, or should I say a town, will not apply to the people of Oba. Because even in the scriptures, we are reminded always, if you can find only one person from a place who is decent enough, perhaps the anger of the Most High will not befall them. And I'm saying maybe for the sake of Mazi, we would not go as far as we had intended to go, because he is from Oba, and a very proud son of Oba, for that matter. Now we must proceed. An invasion took place in Oba by those serving the interest of the Janjaweed from the north. This place in Oba is where the Fulanese have a very strong footprint, or should I say foothold. Oba is in Idemili in Anambra. Uli is also in Anambra. That is where our daughters are being raped and cut into pieces. We did not hear anything from the youth of Oba, if at all they are. because I understand before I came on air, we'll be doing our research extensively. They said they belong to one cult or the other. And a politician, a particular politician from Abuja, hired them to disrupt the meeting of our women. Maybe they didn't hear from me for some days, and they thought that somehow something may have happened to me, and because of that, IPOD is open for the taking, that anybody can come and do as they like. Little did they know that I was in a period of deep reflection and meditation and spiritual purity, as we always do here. I did not announce my absence, and I wanted to see how some people would behave. And we have now seen how they have behaved. And they have behaved appallingly awfully, all of them. Those that they claim are from Oba. Our daughters are being raped in Anambra, even in Oba itself, and being killed. The only thing that some Oba youths decided to do, rather than attack the Fulanis who are raping their mothers and their sisters, they chose to attack our own mothers instead. On Sunday, the 12th of July, in our own land, the land of Biafra, what they have done is sacrilegious. What they have done is unpardonable. And by doing this, they have firmly identified themselves as products of the Janjaweed, and as such, they have no place in our land. Everybody who took part in that very attack will not live to see Biafra. We will hunt you down wherever you are, and you will pay dearly for this very infringement that you have visited upon our mothers. As you may have failed to realize, Biafra is the motherland. Our mothers and our daughters who will one day become our mothers are revered in our land. The highest court of arbitration in Biafra land is the court of Omuada, women. The supreme court we have in our land is women. The people who have risen time and time again to fight oppression is our women. And as I said in years gone by, any day our mothers rise up to say they want freedom, then you know that freedom is at hand. Now we know that they have risen up and our freedom is very close. Who are those who try to attempt something that is unattemptable? But those they claim are from Oba. In Idemili, I am disappointed, I am disheartened, I am enraged, and heaven knows I will not sleep the same way that I pursue the Janjaweed in Ebonyi State. Is how we shall pursue them. The same way we come against our enemies with everything we have is how we must go against them and those in Oba that took part in this very condemnable sacrilegious act. We are going to find you wherever you are, and I will very much suggest to the PG of Oba, because the whole world is listening. I don't hide anything. Biafra, we will not cover up evil. We shall expose it, as I'm doing tonight. Each and every one of you that took part in this very abominable act, if your son is involved, if your relative is involved, your cousin, your brother, you must come forward to identify them by giving us their name. I am also holding responsible the youth leader in Oba, directly responsible. I am also holding responsible the PG of that very community, the President General of Oba. God is my witness, I'm holding you responsible for what happened. Everything that you destroyed, you will pay for in full and in double fold. Those Janjaweed, the Fulani that sent you to try our resolve, they have failed. They have failed very woefully. And history will remember the youth of Oba as infamously as we remember the Ifajunas of our time. I know very well that the devil will try. I am also of the opinion that darkness will do everything within its powers to cover this very light that IPOD is carrying. But they will never ever succeed. You do not know how upset I am. I am even more upset now than what happened when those vandals invaded my house on the 14th of September of 2017. And unfortunately, one of the mothers who fell victim to these agents of darkness, children of perdition in Oba, was at my house the day that the Janjaweed attacked with their army and killed 28 of my men. And as a result, I lost my parents, I lost my cousin, and I lost my dog. And people in Oba allowed this nonsense to happen. And I say, if not forbid the Obienu, I'm telling you the truth, the name of Oba will live in infamy forever and ever. There is some stupidity happening in Anambra, and we must cut it out, and we'll cut it out imminently and immediately. You caused me to break my hibernation to come to talk to the whole world. From tonight, there will be no cult in Oba. Anybody belonging to a cult in Oba is a dead boy walking. We shall hunt you down, all of you, and you will tell us who sent you. And then we shall also deal with the fool, or the fools, however many they are. All the vehicles destroyed, all the properties destroyed, Oba community will pay. They must pay for it. I'm not talking about months, I'm saying in weeks. I expect them to pay in full reparation. That in their next life, they will not give birth to rubbish. They have given birth to nonsense, and we must cut out this very cancer from our society before Biafra comes. These are not the idiots who will take into Biafra land with us. As I said earlier, I am holding the Oba youth leader responsible. I am also holding the PG responsible, and the Igwe of the community, I am holding 3 of you responsible. We must find those that carried out this dastardly act. Fulani attacked Oba. There was no response. They were waiting for IPOD to do something. Now you have gathered the strength to attack your own mothers. Unbelievable. We have listened. Maybe somebody from there who belongs to Ohaneze, who knows? Because we have listened to the wise counsel of our people, very eminent and respected sons and daughters of Igbo land, and I allowed us to give Ohaneze another chance to redeem itself from the ignominy in which it has fallen. This is the very last chance. But little did we know that it was now a license for some people to test our resolve by attacking our mothers, that very constituency that is so revered and sacred that nothing should happen to them. You know what became of Aboga Awusa, Okoro Awusa in Imo State when he dared to lay his filthy hands on our mothers. The same thing shall befall Oba youths, all of them, bar none. As I said, from tonight there will be no more any cult in Oba. Anybody, if we catch you belonging to a cult, you are dead. From tonight in Oba. If you are a parent, a father, or a mother, and your child is in a cult in Oba, then from tonight count yourself as somebody who is childless. Because that child, I don't know how you conceived them. Maybe as a mother, you must have slept with a Fulani Janjaweed and given birth to rubbish. Because only a complete idiot can ever rise up to lay their hands on our mothers. It has never happened in our history before. And Oba is going to pay a very bitter price for this nonsense. It seems the Fulani people own Oba. You attack our mothers in Oba, in our land, in Biafra land. As we are planning how to defend you against the Janjaweed, we have been dying defending you. And you have the temerity to rise against our mothers. You are finished, all of you. All of you. I don't think that this is like Ohaneze, that people will come from the back to plead and we will rescind it. We will rescind it. Never. Until you tell us the Fulani man that fathered you or those that sent you. As I said, if not for Peter Obienu, Oba will be completely vilified and removed from our thinking, insofar as this restoration is concerned. There will be no more cult in Oba. If you're a mother and you gave birth to one of the criminals that attacked our mothers, we are disappointed in you. I am disappointed in you. Those that sponsored this very attack, we shall find, ask the new government how they're hiding it with us. Talk us of a bunch of idiots, a bunch of reprobates in Oba. I want Amaka to publish some of the videos of the destruction that they brought into our land. You don't have the strength to fight Fulani. You leave that to IPOD to do, to defend you and to save you. And we are being killed in the process. And all you can do is to attack our own mothers. You don't know what a mother means in our land? Do you know that as a child, as an adolescent, if you see your mother naked, you will go blind? Are you aware of that? Some of you don't know these things because you grew up in the township and you grew up under flyover. You didn't grow up in the village. Where I come from, if you willfully and consciously look at the nakedness of your mother not by accident, you will go blind. Go and ask. That is who we are. That is how sacred our mothers are. And if a village is very bad, as my village was in many years gone by, our mothers will come out in the night with mpalaka, with lantern, mpalaka, and they'll walk about the village naked. If you say a man, you will come out. If you come out, you will go blind that same night. Go and ask. They use their staff. And they'll be hitting it on the ground as they are marching in the middle of 12 midnight. That is why I say sometimes that people who didn't grow up in the village, I have no regard for them because they know nothing. Our mothers will come out in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night to march. Anywhere there is evil, and evil will flee. These are the women that you did not fear. You rose up. Do you know the reason why I forgave Ohaneze and prepared to give another chance? Because they brought very prominent and eminent Igbo mothers and daughters to talk to me. Are you aware of that? Do you think it was the men that did it? Of course. My brother tried his very best. Ngozi. And a man that I respect very much, Abaribe. And of course, our own elder. Mazulika Mechi. A man that I call a father. Apart from them, our daughters pleaded. And one of them shed tears and brought tears to my eyes as well when she was talking to me. And I said to her, that maybe that was why they sent you, because they now never say no to you. And that was why I forgave Ohaneze and said, if they are serious, we can now work together once again. That wasn't a license to attack our own mothers. If not for the mothers that pleaded with me, Modo would have been stoned wherever we find him. But I said no, that very order is rescinded because our mothers pleaded with me. Those are the same mothers you went and attacked, but I'm telling you the truth. And Oba will pay dearly for this. That very rage and anger I have towards Fulani Janjaweed, I am going to direct to all of you in Oba. That say you are in a court. You saw a woman with two-piece wrapper. Do you know what it means to tie two-piece wrapper? And you attacked them. I'm telling you the truth. Anyway, the order has been given. I feel sorry for those of you in Oba that claim you belong to a cult. The Igwe of that very town, the PG of that very town, and the youth leader, as I said, I am giving you only 5 days. You will produce those responsible and you will settle every bill of every damage you ever did. Don't do it and then you will know. That thing that the zoo is feeling from me, you will feel it. As you all know, I am destructively stubborn. Stubborn to the point of destruction. And Oba is going to witness something that they have never seen before. They must be very careful. These are the people that their fathers were part of the Python dance. Part of it. Part of Python dance. You came to kill those who are fighting for you, but those who are killing you cannot fight them back. They are the ones that went to announce that they are having a meeting with a pastor to kill me. Amaka, please also post that. I won't be shocked or surprised if the priest is actually from Oba as well. Who knows? I want to play something for some of you to understand. And I want Amaka to also put it on my page. It was played in a program anchored by Simon Ekba, who, by the way, is doing a very fantastic job. Very fantastic job. And I commend him for the job that he's doing. I want you to go and listen to a clip that he played in one of his programs. I never wish anybody evil. Only those that wish Biafra evil will I wish you evil 100-fold. But somebody went on air to say that they would like to see me killed. These are the type of people who are in Oba, that cannot fight the enemy, but to seek to kill those who are fighting for them. These are the people that write or have written to every government of the world, telling them that IPOD, these are Igbo Biafrans, telling them that IPOD is a terrorist organization, Igbo people, living in Lagos and in Abuja. These are the things that I want you to understand. Maybe tomorrow now, if they fall into any mishap, people will say, oh, but why? But there they are planning how to kill me and how to kill senior IPOD officers. And I want you to listen to what they have said. I am intending to play. Now listen. 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 That Nnamdi Kanu should be killed. This is somebody, they say his name is Nnamdi, that he was discussing with a priest. A priest. And among themselves they agreed that the best thing to do is to kill me and to kill senior IPOB officers. Is an Igbo man. By the way, he lives in Lagos, where he's an errand boy for the caliphate through his master in Lagos. Have I ever come out to say that this young man should be killed? Do I have issues with him? The answer is no. But they're having meetings, having telephone conversations, and saying that I should be killed. Because I understand that with great power comes even greater responsibility. I also know that my position as the leader of IPOB, the largest mass movement in the whole world, is by divine providence. I did not place myself here. Elohim decreed that I should be here. And there is nothing any mortal can do to me. That is number one. A very critical fact that they must take into consideration. Now, as they are busy planning to kill IPOB officers, let me remind you as to what IPOB officers is doing for those whose lives are in danger in the zoo. Don't take my word for it. Amaka, please find it and post it if you can. The headline is by the Cable News. Biafra Christians being killed. IPOB asks U.S. government to appoint special envoy on Nigeria. This news broke today. And everybody right around the whole world, every notable senator, as I said, in America, is aware of our campaign. And these are the people that some idiots want to be killed. Do you understand? Now you can now understand that they are working for the Janjaweed, for the caliphate. As we are asking for the U.S. government to do the needful by bringing or appointing a special envoy to the Chad region because of the killing of people, not just Biafrans, but right across the board, as we shall discover later on. Somebody, an Igbo man, is busy writing governments of the world, asking them not to allow me to visit their country, pleading with them to designate IPOD a terrorist movement, and without provocation, asking or planning with a priest to kill me and to kill IPOD leading officers. A priest who has not fought against the killing of Christians. It is IPOD who is spending their money fighting Let me read this news because it is broke in the US as well. It's a syndicated news. Reuters carried it. So, by virtue, every self-respecting media ought to carry it as well and cabled it. Now, listen very carefully. It says here, a group of coordinators of the indigenous people of Biafra in the USA, a group of coordinators numbering over 30, according to states in America, lobbied and petitioned their respective political leaders in a letter we sent to the U.S. Secretary of State, drawing the attention to the plight of Biafran Christians, including those in Oba that went to attack our mothers. I want you to understand the stupidity of our people sometimes. They went to attack the mothers, those who are fighting and that gave birth to our people in the USA, who are at this very day, because of them and the work that they have done, the U.S. government understand our plight as a people and also, of course, seriously considering doing something about it. These are the people that somebody wants to be killed. Now, what is it that our leaders have done that you want them killed? You want them killed because they want what the Fulani jihadists are doing to Christians to stop. That is why a human being will go and plan with a pastor. Do you see why? Sometimes when we speak, they say we're against pastors. No, we are not. Can you now understand it? A pastor is planning to kill those lobbying the U.S. government to intervene to stop the further slaughtering of Christians. Do you see how they reason? And when I say it's because they're black people, some people misunderstand me. Now, do you see it? Now, this man came out openly in a private recorded conversation and said that they want me to be killed. If tomorrow now I give the order and he's killed, people will say I'm a bad person. But as I said earlier, with great power comes even greater responsibility. As the leader of IPOD, I am a very powerful man. I know that very well. I can decide who lives or who dies. I can decide to play God if I want to. I have over 2 million men under my command. I can destroy anywhere I want to have destroyed. But first and foremost, I know that I am serving the people. I am not here out of my own volition. I'm not here to serve myself, but to serve the people. That is my number one priority and consideration in life. Another thing that we have come to do is to preserve life and limb, to ensure that Biafrans are alive to see the promise of God upon their lives, which is a new sovereign Biafra nation under the sun. That's all we are doing. Not to come to kill people. That is not why we are here. If killing is what we are here for, I will order men to go into the bushes. Higheston will fight for only 3 years, and Biafra will come. I resisted that temptation. Despite the goading of many people, I said, no, I will not do it. I will not go into armed conflict. That Chukwukikabiyama said Biafra will come in our time. That our destruction of the zoo, the damnable zoological republic, will come by simply speaking the truth and being brave enough to stand up to speak that very truth. And that is what we have done. That is what we have done. And we must continue to do. Now listen, in a letter to Mike Pompeo, these people writing against IPOD and yapping rubbish every day, they have never done such in their whole life. But they want to claim credit for it. IPOD wrote to Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, drawing his attention to what is happening or what has been happening and will continue to happen unless there is an urgent intervention by the U.S. government. Now, these are from IPOD coordinators across the United States of America. Under my command and leadership. And these are the people that some individuals, rather than planning how to save themselves from the impending Janjaweed doom that is bound to come, they are busy planning how to kill us. Now you know who is working for who. And it's not me, I'm not giving any order. But you know what to do. When somebody openly can boast that they are planning to kill you, if you keep quiet, then it is your fault. Now you know who they are, and you know what they represent. And I'm sure that IPOD, I'm not supposed to tell you anything, you know what to do. But he can never come to Biafra land again, and he knows that. He knows that. You know he can never come there. These are the same people like the idiots in Oba, who without provocation, every time they write their petition, every time to governments of the world, begging white people to designate their own brothers and sisters as terrorists. This is the height of their reasoning capacity. But my happiness is that they are only but a minority, insignificant minority, including the idiots in Oba. And we shall find them. And you will hear their story. And when you hear their story and you begin to be revolved by the severity of our punishment against them, I want you to remember this very broadcast tonight about the very abominable and sacrilegious deed that they carried out against our mothers. You can do anything to us. Don't touch our mothers. You even saw what happened in Owerri when Aboga was tried it. Even those who never expected to speak up, they rose up and they spoke because our mothers were involved. You don't play with them. Our women are sacred. Maybe. Some of those idiots, but if at all they have Biafran blood in them, if at all they have Igbo blood in them, there is no way they could have behaved in such a manner. It's impossible. It's impossible. Now I want you to understand this. These fools must never underestimate us. If Arjuna never went scot-free, and neither will these criminals. They won't. I promise you that they won't. If IPOD can cripple the Jew, if governments of the world are afraid of IPOD, who are these people? Who are they? I ask. How much are these people worth? People who are fathered by Fulani Janjaweed in Oba. I am ashamed of that very place. This Lagos-based lunatic threatening my life and that of IPOB High Command. I hope he's prepared. Let nobody say we did not warn them. You underestimate us at your own peril. Ask the zoo and I will tell you. We have reconciled with Ohaneze, yes. As I said, our mothers spoke to me. Our fathers also did. People that I respect and value very much spoke to me, and we listened, and we said, from today, no more hostilities, but they cannot afford to be foolish anymore. And I'm sure they got that very message loud and clear. We are not against anybody. We want our land to be free. If you want to be a slave, you pack up your things and you go to Sokoto. That's entirely your prerogative. But to see it in Biafra land, pontificating for the furtherance of Fulani conquest in our land, you are dreaming. You are dreaming. You are dreaming. All of you, fathered by the Janjaweed, you are all dreamers, all of you. I want the Fulani Caliphate. For those who underestimate how powerful we are, or for some of you who are driven by jealousy, greed, and envy, the same thing that the zoo tried. When we started and I was arrested, they said, oh, leave them, they are miscreants, they are cows, they are nothing. Until we blocked Head Bridge for 4 days. Until we rallied, until people trekked all the way from Ibanke, Abo. People walked on the road for nearly 6 days to go to Enugu to go and do a rally, calling for my release. Until our mothers in Akwa Ibom, Our mothers in Ikotep, and then they rose up to protest and say, I must be released. Until our mothers in Biafra, at a place called Mbama River, where they were attacked by the Zoo army, said, I must be released. Until Avengers said, I must be released. Yes, Niger Delta Avengers, they said, Nnamdi Kanu must be released. Until a ship was commandeered and hijacked in the high seas, calling for my release. That is to tell you how mighty we are, not through any power that we possess, but through the grace of the Most High. We dealt with the Zoo. Every time they dismissed us, oh, leave them, they are nothing. Because there's the same where we come from, that is what IPOD is. We put out the flame. That little pot, that tiny pot that you're looking at and saying you can't do anything. We know what the Zoo is doing. They rent people, they hire them, they open Facebook for them, they give them Biafran sounding names to be talking rubbish. We know them, and we can't stop them. Because the companies are in Israel, they are in Russia, and they are also in Germany. They have written a very complex algorithm. All they need to do is for a computer to churn out all these names, give them IDs, and then unleash them on unsuspecting people. But thankfully, we are savvy enough. Thankfully, we are educated enough. Thankfully, we are knowledgeable enough. And thankfully, we are enlightened enough to understand their antics and their gimmicks. We know that very, very well. You know that the Janjaweed, the saboteurs in our midst, they have no shame. They have no shame. There is no shame. You know, a prostitute can hold you in the public and ask you to pay her or him, as a matter of fact. You are aware of that, don't you? Do they have any shame? They have no shame. The same thing with a Sabo. Sabo has no shame. Because they have sold their worth. They are worth nothing. They have no shame. Even when you catch them lying, they have no shame. And these are the people in our that gave birth to rubbish that attacked our mothers. And we can never, ever forgive them. I want the Zoo to release Socio-educational and Olisameti. They said no. Until they saw the handwriting on the wall, they hastily released Socio-educational. But they will not release Olisameti because Olisameti is an intellectual. He is learned, he is well read. And he was brave enough to criticize the dead Buhari, the dead one that died 27th of January 2017. The old dead Buhari, Olisametu criticized him with facts and with figures. He swore that Olisametu will rot in jail, and they brought a Biafran man, Aban is his name, to jail his own brother. That's how foolish they are. But in the same Zoo, you have Janjaweed, the Fulani Caliphate judges, saying no, they will not try their own people, they will not jail them. But they managed to rustle up an idiot like Aban to jail Olisametu. And tomorrow somebody will say he is a man of the law or he is a jurist. We shall get to him later on. They hastily released Socio-educational, they refused to extend the same to Olisametu. I want to let people who are following the events in the Zoo to understand that this is only just the beginning. We've not even started. The entire system of the Zoo is crumbling this year. I didn't say next year, I said this year is crumbling this year. We don't have the finest lobbyists in the world for nothing. IPOD cannot be spending over $100,000 paying top-notch consultancy firms across 3 continents, and you think will not produce any result. Do we look foolish to you? I'm asking for an when you think about IPOD and the Nnamdi and what we represent, do we actually look that foolish to you? Do you think I will come and I will authorize the payment of over $100,000 every month to consultancy firms all over the world, and there will be no result? Is that what you think? This is only just the beginning. Every comment I make, every statement I issue, every word I utter is backed up with action. Some of these action you can see, but some of them you cannot see. a sizable, or should I say, significant proportion of what we do, you cannot see it. But it is very, very deadly. And the zoo is killing the heat. That is why everybody is on the run, and that is why there is no president, no vice, nobody in charge of the government. He's just running on autopilot of corruption. You know, when you enter into a ship, you have a captain. If you enter into a vehicle, you have a driver. If you enter into an aircraft, you have a pilot. The only thing driving the zoo called Nigeria, Niger area, is corruption. Corruption is the main driver. Is the principal driver moving the zoo forward. And all the SABO and their agents will be identified one after the other. And they will be dealt with. And when the time comes, don't beg, because it's only a matter of time we'll catch them. Now, those who doubt the potency of what we are doing, our agitation, our quest for freedom, listen to those from the Janjaweed territory that are actually a bit reasonable, like the Sultan of Sokoto. Do you know what he said? Things are no longer the same way they used to be. It's a headline for your information. The Sultan of Sokoto and the President General of all Muslims in the zoo, Nigeria, including Yoruba people, he is the leader, has said that Nigeria is no longer the way it used to be in the past. He said it is due to population explosion, because he understands. He is sending his fellow Janjaweed a coded message. But are you more populous than India, that is doing very well? The answer is no. The second most successful country in the world, both militarily and economically, is China, and they have the largest population in the world. So only somebody of very limited understanding, or should I say, warped educational background, will come out to argue that somehow having large number of people within your geopolitical space somehow predisposes you to a life of ignominy and poverty. Pure nonsense, but at least he knows that things are no longer the same. But he couldn't bring himself to say it is because of IPOD. He said it is because of exploding population. Are you more populous than India? Are you more populous than Indonesia? Are you more populous than China? Do you have more people than Brazil? Do you even have more people than the USA? The answer to all that is no. Where did you get these very almost, unbelievable narrative that your population is your problem? Well, of course it's not. He couldn't bring himself to say because of IPOD. They understand the mess they are in, and they are looking for a way to get out of it. Because they are criminals. All of them are. And we are doing the best we can to expose all of them, one after the other, without mercy. Without mercy. Have you heard what is happening to Madu? All of you know this. Do you know some of them have gone as far as saying that Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for? Of course, we are responsible. I told you, you can never have peace in the zoo. Give me a simple referendum. And you said, no, we won't give you. You won't do anything. It's nothing. Oh, God settled him the fact that it didn't work. They brought their bags of money 2 times. I said, no, I won't take it. They took it to my parents. My parents said, no, they won't take it. We are unbuyable. You cannot buy us, and they know this very well. That is why they have resorted to assassination attempts, and it didn't work. Now they feel that grooming some idiots in our land to become professional Janjaweed agents will somehow help them. They have failed and will continue to fail. The only driving factor in the zoo right now, the president of the zoo called Nigeria, is corruption. Their vice president is corruption. Their EFCC is corruption. If you ask them now, who is the president of Nigeria? The answer is very simple. The president of Nigeria is corruption. The army stole all the money allocated for the fighting of insurgency and terrorism. Osibajo took all the money belonging to trader money. Issa Funtua took his own. Aisha Buhari's son, Yusuf Buhari, is the fourth richest man in Africa. Everywhere is reeking with corruption. The only thing that propels them forward is corruption. And where there is an absence of corruption, you have idiocy fueled by envy and jealousy. What is now happening to them? And I want to bring up a news for you written by arawagazette.com. They don't know who we are. They're saying, when I want, one of our sisters wrote earlier today and mentioned the date that I broadcast about putting Magu into trouble. I told Magu, if you don't release your Islamity, you'll be gone. What is happening to him today? There was a broadcast that I made, and some of you have it. Go and listen to it again. Go back and listen to it. I told Magu, release your Islamity. If you don't release him, you'll be gone. And they have held on to him. Magu is gone. The next person to go down will be Issa Funtua. You know, the real cabal, those that held the presidency of Abakari together. They are all going down. Somebody should translate this in Hausa to Fulani Janjaweed so they understand who we are. You are not going to stop us. Nobody can. We are unbreakable. We are unbribable. What are you going to do to us? This very juggernaut that is IPOD is marching forward. If you stand in front of us, we will crush you. And we will continue. Today, what is happening? I will read the headline for you. How the Fulani Mafia, these is people you call the cabal, those that want one Nigeria, don't break Nigeria, let Nigeria be one. They went to CBN and they stole in broad daylight 17 billion. In broad daylight. I want Amaka, look for that picture, or anybody who has it, look for that picture of Emefiele serving tea to Funtua, so people will understand what I'm talking about. Emefiele was seen serving tea, CBN governor serving tea to people that will give him orders. Bring money and he will bring it. Now listen very carefully. Under the fraudulent direction and guidance of the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, a man, Janjaweed, very poorly educated, can hardly string two sentences together. Ismaila Issa Funtua, the real cabal, and his son, Abubakar Issa Funtua, acquired Emerging Market Telecom Services Limited 9 Mobile. You know it's a lot. They now own it. This is why they want one Nigeria. But some of you are too blind and too foolish, you cannot see. You cannot see, you are blind. As they are stealing us dry, impoverishing us, as we are drinking from the same creek where we go to toilet, where we bathe, as we are suffering and dying of untold diseases. All they need to wave is green, white, green, and one Nigeria, and they are stealing everybody dry. And all of you are none the wiser for it. Now, do you understand why they want one Nigeria? Why wouldn't Fulani Janjaweed want one Nigeria when they can walk into a central bank and steal as much money as possible? Nobody is going to investigate them. They are the police, they are the army, they are the customs, they are the EFCC, they are everything, including even Fire Brigade. Do you see why they want one Nigeria? Do you see how they are playing with our brains? Do you see how clever they are? People that move cattle from place to place, from place to place. Do you see how they are messing everybody up? These very people that have never done a day's hard work in their entire life, the Funtuas, and most of them in the Janjaweed Sahel North, they now bought a Tisalat. They did not even meet the conditions set by the National Telecommunications Agency or whatever crap they call it, their NCC. Where did they get the money from? Ask them. The foreign agent, those like, we want Nigeria, let nothing break us, we want to be one. Ask them, what is your contribution? Some of you belong to groups and to clubs and associations. Some of you belong to maybe to recreation clubs or even Rotary Club, for instance. Well, if you need to know more about even village meetings, if you don't contribute to that village meeting, what happens to you? Are you not expelled? Ordinary village meeting. If you are a member of the Rotary Club and you have not paid, what happened? What did they do to you? The same thing applies in a country. People pay taxes in order to sustain their nation or their country. Everybody pays, but not the Fulani Janja. We didn't say they steal. Even when you go and you buy a bottle of beer, a bottle of Heineken, a bottle of Hero beer, a bottle of Gouda, a bottle of Stout, they say it is haram. It's a sin. They collect the VAT, the value added tax. Who collects it? He's a Janjaweed who doesn't believe in alcohol, in consuming alcohol. Customs boss. He collects the money, and where did they send it to? They send it to the north. And when you see this level of injustice, when you see this level of blatant daylight robbery, when you see this level of stinking hypocrisy, and you stand up the next day and you say that you are part of one Nigeria, then tell me how anybody could conceivably refer to you or consider you as a sensible being. It is not possible. That is how they make their money in the north. They go to central bank and they collect money. Publish that very picture of Emir Fele, the current CBN governor, serving tea to a Janjaweed because he wants to retain his political position. Those are the people that for them who are planning to eliminate us, to kill us, are emulating. They want to show their Fulani Janjaweed masters that they are very good at what they do, including the idiots in Oba. That was why they said that Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for that. I'm not responsible for anything. I just we will continue to point out the flaws in the zoo and the places we can reach. Most of you can never reach there. Never. If I write a petition and say I want Pompeo to see it, he will see it. If I write a petition and say I want Angela Merkel to see this, Angela Merkel will see it, because we have people who are working for us and we are paying them handsomely for it. Now you understand. Some of you don't know this, but we are telling you. That's why the world media is running all over the place trying to interview me. Do you know why? Because they said it's a conflict of interest. No, I won't go into details anyway. You read about it very soon. They said Nnamdi Kanu responsible for the arrest of Magu. Reports every Nigerian activity to the international community. One want to report it. Everything they do, the whole world knows. As I said, let COVID-19 come to an end. It is almost coming to an end. Then I thought, hey, zoo now. We open the package we have for the zoo. And some of you will say, oh, but he warned us, he told us. Those of you then that will feign surprise. Some of you will feign, by feigning, FEIGN, you pretend you don't know. Our people will very cleverly refer you to a broadcast where I announced it before time. The more you hold on to Olisametu, the more all of you will go down. You are all going down. I begged you and I said, give Olisametu to me. He's done nothing wrong. The man who gave Olisametu the 400 million to work as the publicity secretary for PDP campaign is in his house with over $2 billion missing. Colonel Dasuki.